us, rich in culture and agriculture. Though we differ in tongues, we are undivided and steadfast. A land our forefathers strived for in hard work and dedication of our great heroes. A legacy we shall cherish forever, a land of promise we thrive. Nasarawa, where our treasured heritage flows, we shall grow from strength to strength, till many generations to come. Our pride, passion, and loyalty lies in peace and unity. Nasarawa, stay together. We can move mountains. In God we trust, we are blessed.
Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, eminent personalities who are here with us, I would like to most warmly welcome you to Nasarawa State and the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024, the Industrial Renaissance. I'd like to urge that we please find somewhere to sit down. Thank you. Again, we most warmly welcome you. His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by a minister of very high esteem of the Federal Republic, a minister of noble antecedents, and the #1 investment driver of government's policies of ease of doing business, as well as renewed hope for a better Nigeria. Would like to most warmly welcome you to Nasarawa State, the Honorable Minister for Industries, Honorable Doris Uzoka Anite. Can we give her a rousing round of applause, please? I'd like to urge that people standing should kindly find somewhere to please sit down. Please sit down. Thank you so very much. His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, His Excellency, most distinguished Senator Kashim Shettima, who is here represented by none other than a very vivacious, very vibrant politician of note who has also etched his name in the sands of time, one-time Honorable Minister of the FCT. You're most warmly welcome to your home, Nasarawa State, Honorable Modibo Aliu Umar, representing His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. Thank you so very much. You're most warmly welcome. I have just been informed to please kindly let you know that all of those that are standing, please, we have made available places for you to sit up. You can actually just climb up the steps and just go behind there. Places for everyone to sit down. Thank you. Thank you so very much. Kindly make your way upstairs and find somewhere to sit. It's going to be a very long day. Would like to welcome you once more. Would like you to really enjoy Nasarawa State. You're most warmly welcome. His Excellency, the Governor, who continues to exceed all expectations. His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State. His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, the Honorable Minister of State for Police Affairs, our very own illustrious daughter of the soil, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, would like to say, please, you're most warmly welcome back home. The Right Honorable Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, Aladi Jato, and principal officers of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, my Lord, the Chief Judge of Nasarawa State, the Honorable Justices who are here with us, respected members of the National Legislature, distinguished senators, honorable members of the House of Representatives, the chairman of the APC, principal officers, honorable members of the Nasarawa State Executive Council. Would also like to recognize members of the Nasarawa State Economic and Investment Advisory Council, the one that was chaired by Professor Konishola Ajayi CN. We also would like to recognize ambassadors who are here with us, representatives of international development partners, and very key strategic partners who have helped us put together the Nasarawa Investment Summit for 2024. Would like to most warmly welcome you to Nasarawa State. Indeed, we have before us a galaxy of who is who in Nigeria. Would like to say we would recognize you as the program unfolds. This program, the second edition of the biannual Nasarawa State Investment Summit, is titled Industrial Renaissance. The first edition of the Nasarawa State Investment Summit happened in the year 2022, and it was simply titled Diamond in the Rough. It was the way of introducing Nasarawa State as Nigeria's new investment frontier. It has been 2 years, and we're back to consolidate on the gains of Diamond in the Rough for us to catapult the industrialization of Nasarawa State with industrial renaissance. This is Nasarawa State, and you're most warmly welcome. I would like to thank everyone that's been here since yesterday. For the opening statement, I'd like to call on the Managing Director, CEO of the NASIDA, Ibrahim Abdullahi, to please come and get us started on this two-day event. You would enjoy Nasarawa State. There's so much to see, so much to enjoy, so much to unravel, and would like to let you know that it's going to be a very pleasant surprise for you. Once more, we welcome you to Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. I'd like to call on the CEO, NASIDA, Nasarawa Investment and Development Agency, Ibrahim Abdullahi, to give the opening remarks. Once more, we most warmly welcome you.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the Honorable Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, Your Excellency, Mr. Vice President, ably represented, our leader, Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Governor of Nasarawa State, other excellencies, royal fathers, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Every remarkable journey begins with a bold vision. Ours started 5 years ago when Governor Abdullahi Sule envisioned the Nasarawa State a diamond in the rough as Nigeria's new investment frontier. Welcome to the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. Today, we stand together not just in celebration of what we have achieved, but in anticipation of greater accomplishments that lie ahead. In 2019, the Nasarawa state government recalibrated its development strategy and took an ambitious path towards industrialization of the state. This involves instituting bold reforms across various sectors to create competitive and private sector-driven economy. These reforms focused on enhancing transparency and accountability in governance, strengthening investment and PPP framework, improving land administration, to facilitate land acquisition for industrial purposes, streamlining regulations, and removing the barriers that continue to impede doing business in our dear state. These reforms laid the foundation for the inaugural Nasarawa Investment Summit in 2022 and continue to be the driving force behind the state's industrialization ambition. Since the last summit, we've made remarkable progress across different sectors. First and foremost, we've witnessed an increase and steady flow of our internally generated revenue. We've also launched the Nasarawa Technology Village in Asopada, which also attracted a first-of-its-kind financing facility guaranteed by the InfraCredit and co-financed by the Shelter Afrique Development Bank. Also, worthy of note is the setting up of the soon-to-be-launched Greenville CNG Hub, first in this region. Most recently, His Excellency the Governor also launched the Asgard Lithium Processing Plant, 400 tons per day in Rogua in Karo local government. We've also witnessed the expansion and setting up of a premium marble processing plant in Gudi, which controls about 30% of the marble market share in Nigeria. The Nasarawa Agro-Commodity Project, ready for compensation for land acquisition for a state-of-the-art end-to-end production aggregation processing hub in Agwatashi in Obi local government. The Saro Africa Sugar Project, 14,000 hectares, currently concluding community engagement on land acquisition. Most recently, His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu launched and inaugurated the Avatar Energy 4,000 tons per day lithium processing plant, first of its kind in Nigeria. We've also attracted the support and partnership of notable international development partners, such as the UK-Nigeria Infrastructure Advisory Facility, UK-NIAF, the Africa Development Bank Special Agro-Processing Zones Project, the French Development Fund for Project Preparation, the Manufacturing Africa Project, and many other development projects that are too numerous to mention. The Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024 builds upon this foundation, aiming to attract further investment, foster innovation, and solidify Nasarawa State as a leading industrial hub in Nigeria. Having witnessed an influx of investors, investments, and initiatives in our dear Nasarawa State like never before, one then wonders, why Nasarawa and why now? The Nasarawa advantage in our view are in four folds. One, policy and political will. Now more than ever before, we are witnessing the right kind of policy and political leadership that not only attracts investment, but also reforms the government architecture that is very instrumental to doing business. Natural resource. We are about one of the most mineralized states in the whole of Nigeria, with so many of the natural resources to be found in Nigeria are found in commercial quantity right here in Nasarawa State. Geography. By sheer design of geography, we also happen to not just share the greatest proximity to Abuja, the Federal Capital Territory, we also are a gateway state to the rest of Nigeria. People. Our people are our richest resource. Brilliant, resilient, innovative, hardworking, young people that continue to form the pivotal part of our state's economy. The Industrial Renaissance, which is the theme of this year's summit, reflects Nasarawa's aspirations to usher in a new era of industrial growth and prosperity, having built some of the key fundamentals required to fuel this ambition anywhere in the world. This year, in this summit, we have 4 plenaries, investment showcase, deal rooms with 7 investment-ready projects and exhibition for businesses across different sectors. But most importantly, Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, the small and medium enterprises are not to be left out. In this summit, again, we are showcasing and hosting the second MSME Challenge for small businesses led by very young people to compete for prize money. These businesses must be businesses that domicile in Nasarawa State, and they must be both commercially viable and economically impactful. Let me acknowledge in a very special way the leadership of our governor, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sule. Your Excellency, everything lies on leadership, and it is your remarkable leadership that has brought Nasarawa this far to be the envy of the world. You have not only led with vigor, enthusiasm, and a true spirit of statesmanship, you have dared greatly. You have given young people like myself and so many other young people that continue to thrive in this environment the platform to make Nasarawa State the envy of the world. I salute you, Your Excellency. I am personally grateful to be part of this journey with you to contribute to the development of our state. Let me thank our leaders and colleagues in government for their support, especially His Excellency the Deputy Governor, the Nasarawa State House of Assembly led by the Honorable Speaker, the Chief Judge of the State and the rest of the judiciary, Honorable Commissioners, especially that of Justice, Environment, Finance, Agriculture and Lands, Secretary to the State Government, the entire civil service of the Nasarawa State, and especially the Nasarawa Urban Development Board, the Nasarawa Geographic Information Service, and the Nasarawa Board of Internal Revenue. I thank my dear friends and colleagues at NACIDA for exhibiting brilliance, vigor, resilience, and the true spirit of the Nasarawa youth. I also thank our friends from across the country who have helped in shaping this summit, in putting together the thought leadership and implementation to execute a yet another remarkable edition of the Nasarawa Investment Summit. I hope we can work together to promote these ideals across Nigeria. We owe a debt of gratitude to our sponsors and partners whose support has made it possible to make today a reality. I especially thank Access Bank, Dangote Group, and the Africa Finance Corporation, amongst many other of our esteemed sponsors. As we continue today, I urge everyone to challenge ourselves, push harder, think more broadly, and act more boldly as we push Nasarawa closer to her goals. Welcome to the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. Welcome to the new Nasarawa of many firsts. Thank you.
Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the 2024 Nasarawa Investment Summit. It's truly an honor to be in a room full of stakeholders from different sectors. I see people representing the private sector here, those who are representing the public sector, as well as international organizations. And I'm not surprised to see such a full room with excited faces, as well as a community of those who are joining virtually, because we have a wider audience joining in virtually. Now, you may ask why I'm not surprised. I'm not surprised because at the inaugural edition of this summit, the 2022 summit, it was a huge success. And as one of my old college professors used to say, the reward for work, more work. So the last summit was a huge success, recording investment commitment of over $600 million. That's something to celebrate, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Thank you. And so we are gathered today to discuss and to look at how we can move the state forward. And I'm hoping that if at the last summit we had investment commitment worth over $600 million, we should be talking about trillions of dollars this time. Am I right? All right, as we begin this morning, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, may I ask that we please welcome one another to this summit with a warm smile. So please, look to the person by your side. Give the person a warm smile and say, welcome to the Nasarawa Investment Summit. Please, a warm smile. Thank you. It's great to see all of our smiling and happy faces at this year's summit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, let me quickly mention that today there is something for everybody. So if you're here as an investor, there are opportunities for you to invest, potentials in this state. If you're here as a project proponent, there are opportunities for you to showcase your project, for you to partner. Now, if you're here as a stakeholder who simply wants to glean from some knowledge and gain valuable insight, I've got great news. Today, the opportunities for you to learn. The small businesses are not left out. Now, if you look at the copy of the program, you'll find that somewhere along the road, we have an MSME showcase and an MSME challenge. So the small business owners are going to have an opportunity to compete, to show us what they are doing. And I'm looking forward to all of that, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. As our speakers have said, in their introductory remark, the focus today is on leveraging Nasarawa's potential for wealth creation, particularly emphasizing three areas: mining, agriculture, and energy. So my thoughts as I introduce the next speaker would be to everyone who is joining here physically, or to those who are joining us from Africa or beyond virtually. Thank you for joining us this morning. Welcome. Sit back, relax, and enjoy the rest of the summit. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to lead the next session, I'm honored to invite the Summit Chair's representative. The Summit Chair is Professor Koinsola Ajayi, Senior Advocate of Nigeria, Chairman Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. And today he's represented by Mr. Walemi Esson, Managing Partner at his firm. Please let's give a round of applause as we bring up Mr. Walemi Esson for his speech.
Your Excellencies, Your Royal Highnesses, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please permit me to adopt the existing protocol in bringing you very warm wishes from Professor Koinsola Ajayi, who could not make it here. He has asked me to represent him, and I will now proceed to read his message. It is with great joy and pride that I welcome you to the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024, themed The Industrial Renaissance. The theme of this year's summit beautifully captures the shared vision, which is to initiate a transformative period of industrial expansion and innovation in Nasarawa State, mirroring the spirit of renewal and advancement that defined the Renaissance era. Since we gathered here in May 2022 for the inaugural Nasarawa Investment Summit, I'm delighted that the state has made many giant strides. The success of the inaugural summit, the progress achieved by the state since then, and the full complement of the dignitaries here, they are a testament to the vision and the convening power of His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State. The Nasarawa Investment Summit is conceived as a platform to transform the investment landscape in Nasarawa State. This year, the focus is on infrastructure development, a crucial catalyst for the state's industrialization. The aim of this year's summit is to mobilize capital to bridge the infrastructure financing gap, develop critical infrastructure, and further unleash the economic growth potential of Nasarawa State. As you would have noted from the agenda, the Nasarawa Investment Summit is not a talk shop. It is a matchmaking event where investors are connected with bankable projects. The hope and expectation are that in the next 48 hours or so, the various handpicked and investment-ready projects to be discussed in the deal rooms will attract the necessary capital and achieve closing in principle. The business case for investing in Nasarawa is very strong and self-evident. And if you're not doing business in Nasarawa State, maybe you've not started doing business. Nasarawa State is fortunate to possess what I call abundance of privileges. It is not just about its location, which is proximate to Federal Capital Territory. It is not also only about its rich cultural tapestry woven within its borders, or just about its abundant natural resources, or the fertile land which presents unlimited potential for agriculture. It is about a government dedicated to fostering a nurturing environment for investors. The state is recognized by the World Bank as one of the top states in Nigeria for business formation, and it has a well-established, transparent, and streamlined investment process. Because of the abundance of resources and its growing youthful and skilled population, the state presents a ready platform for strategic investments in critical infrastructure such as power, transportation, water, and sanitation. As the motto of the state goes, Nasarawa is indeed the home of solid minerals, with a variety of minerals ranging from precious metals, gemstones, and industrial minerals. With the inauguration of the largest lithium processing facility in the country, with the capacity to process 4,000 metric tons per day, the state is poised to play a leading role in green technology and a carbon-free economy. With lithium, we look forward to building an ecosystem of green technology, such as electric mobility and energy storage, industries that will drive innovation, as well as a climate-resilient economy. This summit is not about speeches, but about closing investment-ready transactions. Nasarawa State is ready and offers incredible opportunities to returning investors. There is no better time than now for investors to explore the variety of opportunities to secure a slice of the sustainable returns that Nasarawa State offers. Friends of Nasarawa, let the transactions. Thank you.
Can we give him a rousing round of applause? He represented the chairman of the erstwhile dissolved Nasarawa Investment and Advisory Council, Professor Konyisola Ajayi. And like he said, if you're not doing business in Nasarawa State, then perhaps you've not started doing business. Because in Nasarawa State, business is on the rise, profit is booming, and investors are welcome, very open arms, actually. This is the only place in the country, and I can tell you this for sure, because I walk right, in the very heart of the governor's office. I can tell you this. If you're outside Nasarawa State and you decide that you want to start a business in Nasarawa State, just close your eyes and you'll get your CFO. You're closing your eyes, is it? So you can get your CFO. Anyway, you're most warmly welcome once more. The president here ably represented by Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite, who is calmly and serenely listening to all of the proceedings. At this point, I'd like to bring in another lady of worth in the country, the 5th Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, Amina Mohammed, the lady who was at one time chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group. She is undoubtedly, and we're very proud of her, a global citizen. She would be joining us right now from New York. She will be delivering her own paper from there. I'd like for us to make welcome as we listen to the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, chair of the United Nations Sustainable Development Group, a global citizen who is representing Nigeria very well with innovative approaches on the global stage, a diplomat and an adjunct professor, Amina J. Mohammed, GCON, to join us from New York. I hear the connection is ready. We can link her up and then we can start. Yes, we're ready. Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. This is Lafia.
Ladies and gentlemen, it is a pleasure to join you virtually for the second Nasarawa Investment Summit. The Sustainable Development Goals are our shared roadmap for peace and shared prosperity, for people and the planet, both for now and for future generations. Yet more than halfway into their implementation, most of the SDGs are stagnating or falling behind, leaving the world off track to achieve them by 2030. While this is a global challenge and requires international support, each country must define its own priorities. Nigeria, at the national and subnational levels, has shown bold and deliberate leadership to accelerate actions towards the attainment of Agenda 2063 and the SDGs, and to ensure a more equal, peaceful, and sustainable future for all. In this context, I commend the people and the government of Nasarawa State for their ambitious economic strategy as reflected in the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy. Nasarawa State is primed to be an investment powerhouse and an economic hub in Nigeria due to its strategic location, its rich agricultural base, abundant solid mineral resources, and tourism potential. This is complemented by a vibrant young population and a growing contingent of women and girls who are carving new paths of economic participation and leadership. However, harnessing this potential requires a conducive environment underpinned by policy and regulatory frameworks that are reinforced by strong public institutions, robust public-private partnerships, and adequate levels of investment and financing. Strategic public-private partnerships that are aligned with the SDGs and the 2063 Agenda are essential. Why? Because they can boost entrepreneurship, they can harness the potential of digital technologies, they can expand opportunities for youth, women, and girls, and they can tackle climate change. Bold investments and new finance strategies can put the SDGs at the heart of our business models. This is not only the right thing to do, but it also makes business sense for those who want to seed new investment opportunities, grow existing markets, and enable long-term returns. Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, this summit is an important platform for investors, policymakers, and stakeholders to leverage the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy, NEDS, and shift the narrative on Africa, unlock new models of sustainable economic growth that leave no one behind. Making this happen requires bold leadership and action. I urge you to seize this opportunity today to forge new partnerships between the public and private sectors, bridge the digital divide, invest in new technologies, and work to drive increased investment, not only in real assets and infrastructure, but also in our country's greatest asset, its young people. Friends, you can count on the United Nations Resident Coordinator and the United Nations country team to partner with you, provide strategic coordination, technical assistance, and support the investments needed to translate commitments into local and country-level action. Together with investors, both private and non-profit, international organizations, and the entire UN family, we can ensure that Nasarawa, Nigeria, and Africa thrive. Let's continue our journey towards a clean and healthy world of prosperity that leaves no one behind. I wish you all a productive and a successful summit. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Amina J. Mohamed, GCON, Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, for the next keynote address, I'm honored to bring up the President of the African Development Bank, Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, CON. He's represented today by Mr. Lamin G. Barrow, DG Nigeria Country Department at the African Development Bank. A round of applause, please.
His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, CFR, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by Dr. Doris Anite, Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, His Excellency Senator Kashim Shettima, Vice President of the Federal Republic, ably represented by the Honorable Minister, Your Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule, Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, please allow me, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to stand on existing protocol. I am greatly honored for this opportunity to deliver some remarks at the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024 on behalf of Dr. Akinwumi Adesina, President of the African Development Bank Group, who regrettably not able to join you here today due to unavoidable institutional commitments. As President Adesina conveys his sincere appreciation and gratitude to His Excellency Governor Abdullahi for his leadership and for convening this landmark event. We note that since the inaugural summit held in 2022, the Nasarawa Investment Summit is quickly emerging as a robust platform to showcase the investment potentials and opportunities in the state, as well as provide a forum for dialogue, consolidate Nasarawa's position as a top investment destination in Nigeria. The theme chosen for this year's summit, Industrial Renaissance, focusing on attracting capital for infrastructure development and entrepreneurship to drive industrialization, is most apt and resonates with the demands of the times. as well as the Industrialized Africa strategy of the African Development Bank, which constitutes one of our high fives. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria's industrialization journey has been characterized by leaps and bounds, and this is partly attributable to the huge infrastructure deficit and weaknesses in the implementation of industrial and trade policies. Over the past 3 years, 2020 to 2023, annual growth in manufacturing value added was only 1%, while only 12.7% of Nigeria's workforce were in wage employment as at December 2023. This situation, coupled with a high unemployment rate, especially amongst the youthful population, underscores the urgency for an industrial renaissance in Nigeria. According to the 2020 National Integrated Infrastructure Master Plan, Nigeria requires total infrastructure investments to the tune of $2.3 trillion over 2020-2043, and to help raise infrastructure stock international benchmark of 70% of gross domestic product. Of this, energy sector require $759 billion, transport sector $575 billion, and housing and regional development another $203 billion. The challenge, therefore, ladies and gentlemen, is how to catalyze industrial takeoff in Nasarawa and other states of Nigeria and plugging the infrastructure deficit to unleash the huge potential of the Nigerian economy. To support industrial renaissance, Nasarawa needs to accelerate its domestic resource mobilization efforts. Budget IT's 2023 State of the States report indicates that internally generated revenues grew marginally in Nasarawa State by 3.8% in 2023, from 20.7 billion naira 2021 to 21.49 billion naira in 2022. The African Development Bank is supporting federal government of Nigeria introduce an integrated unique identification system aimed at improving tax compliance and revenue, and states will certainly benefit. Therefore, Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria remains a net importer of food despite generous endowments of arable land and favorable climatic conditions, including here in Nasarawa State. Between 2010 and 2020, the annual food import bill averaged $6.4 billion, while food exports averaged $1.2 billion over the same period. This presents a great opportunity for Nasarawa State to expand food production, supply the domestic market, and export to other African countries, and indeed to the rest of the world, taking advantage of the opportunities provided under the Africa Continental Free Trade Area and other favorable market entry protocols. And I'm particularly pleased that we have the Honorable Minister for Trade, Industry and Investment as chief guest of honor here. Nasarawa State is known for its huge potential in agriculture. particularly its organized commodity aggregation system, which ensures the marketability and traceability of produce. It is reassuring to note that Nasarawa State is prioritizing the development of agricultural value chains in key commodities such as rice, sesame, and ginger. And Managing Director of the Investment and Development Authority alluded to in welcome remarks. Accelerating the development of agro-industrial value chains can be achieved by de-risking agricultural actors in this value chain and attracting more private sector food and agribusiness investments in rural areas. And that is why the African Development Bank, together with our partners, namely Islamic Development Bank and the IFAD, the International Fund for Agricultural Development, is supporting the implementation of the special agro-industrial processing zones in Nigeria. Under phase 1, currently under implementation in 7 states and the Federal Capital Territory, actors, particularly from the private sector, working in partnership with state governments, are supporting development of value chains for key strategic commodities and livestock products. Nasarawa State is under consideration for phase 2 of the SAPZ program, and just about a week ago, a bank mission was here, discussed with the government and other key stakeholders in the context of the preparation of phase 2. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, Nigeria faces huge infrastructure deficits with a financing need estimated at $2.3 trillion over the period 2020-2043. This has inhibited efforts to diversify the production base, particularly in the non-oil sectors, and Nigeria's international competitiveness for export. The situation is not different for Nasarawa State. Indeed, the Philips Consulting State Performance Index, published in 2023, shows that Nasarawa's infrastructure, including public transport, water and sanitation, ICT, and other physical infrastructures, are below the national average. To change this narrative, Nasarawa accelerate efforts to mobilize private sector investment in infrastructure development and services delivery. This will ease the fiscal pressure on the state. The African Development Bank is supporting the federal and state governments to improve their infrastructure. And as at April 2024, 31% of our active portfolio, valued at around $1.4 billion, are here to support infrastructure development, especially in areas of energy, power, transport, water, and sanitation. In Nasarawa State, the bank financed the construction of the Kefi and Akwanga water supply scheme, and also recently completed a study on rural water supply and sanitation. Look forward to doing more in Nasarawa State, particularly targeting agribusiness and infrastructure development. Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, a vibrant and competitive private sector can accelerate diversification and boost export. However, we recognize that the challenge of implicit taxation is a big challenge in Nigeria, as many private sector firms are forced to provide their own electricity, water supply, in some instances, and even repair roads to facilitate and improve their business transactions. It is therefore not surprising that foreign direct investment inflows have followed the trend we are witnessing in Africa, downward trend, and in Nigeria, having declined from $8.8 billion in 2011 to about $469 million in 2022, lowest in over a decade. But we are very gratified by the policy priority placed by the government and under its 8-point agenda, and you have seen the very aggressive marketing effort for Nigeria, led by no less than His Excellency the President, and of course with Honorable Minister at the heart of all this effort, market Nigeria as prime investment destination in Africa. That is generate a lot of results that are in the positive trajectory. So strengthening partnerships between the state governments and the private sector firms through public-private partnerships, I'll wrap up, it's key to positioning Nasarawa. Let me conclude by informing this meeting that the bank is also currently in discussion with the federal government to establish a youth entrepreneurship investment bank in Nigeria. This is a unique kind of financial institution that will support youth-led business, including in Nasarawa, and this will complement the ongoing investment in digital and creative enterprises support to startups, particularly in digital and creative. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, Nasarawa State is endowed with significant natural resources that have been mentioned by the earlier speakers. With its strategic location and in these endowments, there is huge potential for beneficiation of these resources that will add value, create jobs, and exports. To maximize the industrial benefits of solid minerals, Nasarawa State and the federal government work hand in hand to address security challenges and mitigate adverse environmental and social impacts around the mining sites. Let me conclude by saying here that the African Development Bank stands ready to strengthen our partnership with the Nasarawa State under the dynamic leadership of Governor Sule, and in partnership with the federal government, leveraging the Africa Investment Forum, which is a key transaction platform exclusively broker deals. So we look forward to having a pipeline from the deal rooms coming out of this investment summit, engage on the platform of the Africa Investment Forum, either to provide financing to projects or to help projects reach bankability stage. We look forward to the discussions and recommendations from the summit that will inform the actions for an industrial renaissance in Nasarawa and to realize the Nasarawa of our dream. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for goodwill messages from sponsors and partners. And to begin the goodwill message, I'd like to invite a representative of Access Bank, Mr. Nsikak Usoro. He's the group head, Access Bank Northern Region. A round of applause, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen.
Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, distinguished guests, permit me to stand on existing protocol. I extend my heartfelt congratulations to the government and people of Nasarawa State on the State Investment Summit 2024. Access Bank is proud to support this event, which aims to unlock the economic potential of this great state. I congratulate His Excellency and his team on the inauguration of Nigeria's first and largest lithium processing plant. The theme, Nasarawa Industrial Renaissance, highlights the need for an investor-friendly climate and world-class infrastructure to drive industrialization. The summit aims to attract investment that generates sustainable growth, create jobs, and uplift our communities. With over 20 years of experience in financial services, we advocate for development through collaboration and innovation. Despite global challenges, there are opportunities for growth, and we in Access Bank provide tailored financial solutions to navigate these challenges. Access Bank is committed to economic development across the nation. We support investment initiatives, facilitate access to finance, and forge partnerships that drive positive social impact. Our promise, more than banking, aligns with the summit goal of inclusive and sustainable wealth creation for Nasarawa State. Diversifying the economy is crucial. State government should therefore continue to promote entrepreneurship and support SMEs. Infrastructure development is essential for growth. And our contractor infrastructure development scheme and in-house solution that we have developed in Access Bank has helped bridge infrastructure gap in the nation. We offer financial advisory services to optimize budget utilization, focusing on education, healthcare, agriculture, among others. We are committed to working with the state to identify revenue streams, attract investment, and foster economic diversification. We support clean energy projects and facilitate capital market access for businesses. Empowering women is fundamental, and we support women-owned businesses through various initiatives. We commend the visionary leadership of His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, and the hardworking team behind this summit. We are confident that this event will forge new collaborations and unlock investment opportunity for the state's prosperity. Access Bank is proud to be part of Nasarawa State Industrial Summit. Let us embrace collaboration and innovation to build a prosperous future for all Nigerians. Thank you very much.
We would like to thank our sponsors for the message. We have other sponsors that we'll be calling later on: African Finance Corporation, Ultimate, NNPC, GCCN. So many of them. Would like to thank you so very much for supporting the Nasarawa Investment Summit. We will now take some time out to watch a video before we continue with the goodwill messages. Is the video queued for Avatar? Is our video queued? We'll take the video before we proceed with the program as scheduled. We have a recap of all the strides that are going on in the state and why indeed Nasarawa State has become the most investor-efficient state in the country, aside from being, the new investment frontier of Nigeria. So we would take the video now that chronicles and puts together this long journey of investments and all of the things that have actually happened to make this place.
Is Nigeria's largest lithium processing plant, one of the 3 in Nasarawa State. A state-of-the-art, unlocking Nigeria's lithium potential. Avatar New Energy Material Company Limited is Nigeria's largest lithium processing plant, one of the 3 in Nasarawa State. A state-of-the-art lithium processing plant using cutting-edge technology to extract and process lithium on a larger scale. Located in Kama Oto community of Udege Development Area of Nasarawa Local Government Area of Nasarawa State, North Central, Nigeria, where a new era of lithium processing is emerging. With a production capacity of 4,000 metric tons per day and 1 million daily, the goal is to not only extract lithium, but also manufacture lithium-ion batteries, creating a value chain that benefits the local economy and supports Nigeria's transition to cleaner energy sources. Commissioned on May 10, 2024 by President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, represented by the Senate President Godswill Akpabio, the edifice holds a great promise for the state and the country at large.
I note that it took the patriotic efforts of His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Ezulu, Excellency, Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, and the Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals Development, Dele Lake, to create the enabling environment to woo investors to Nasarawa State and also to Nigeria in general. I am aware that investors are currently exploring some of these mineral resources. With the commitment of His Excellency the Governor of Nasarawa State, I am convinced that we have a personality who is working in line with the philosophy of our great political party, the All Progressive Congress, and our renewable agenda of this administration.
Welcome every one of you to the commissioning of the Avatar New Energy Materials Company right here. We want to sincerely thank Mr. Hu and his partner for accepting to come to this area and for testing their area. I'm still calling on Nigerians, especially those from Nasarawa State, who can afford, to be able to invest in the mining industry, to please start.
Nasarawa is fast becoming the state of solid minerals. We have solid minerals everywhere in Nigeria. But with the justo, like I said, and with the remarkable focus that the government of Nasarawa is placing on solid minerals, the state is fast emerging as the state of solid minerals in Nigeria. The commissioning of the lithium battery factory here today is to show us that it is not only possible, it is also profitable.
Lithium, a crucial element in the production of electric vehicle batteries and renewable energy technologies, is abundant in Nasarawa State, Nigeria.
We have been fortunate recipients of unwavering support from Nasarawa State government, the federal government, and various ministries. Equally, the steadfast dedication and cooperation of our esteemed upstream and downstream partners, customers, suppliers, contractors, all our colleagues have served as a bedrock for the successful commissioning of our work today.
The state's lithium potential is vast. With responsible processing and sustainable practices, the state can become a leader in Nigeria's lithium industry, driving economic growth and sustainable development for generations to come. As Nigeria transitions to cleaner energy sources, lithium processing will play a vital role in powering the country's transportation sector and reducing carbon emissions. Invest in Nasarawa's mining sector today.
Your Excellencies, I'd like to tender unreserved apologies. I know there are glitches about the video itself, but essentially it's a small, very tiny case study video on the Avatar processing plant that was recently launched by the government in partnership with Avatar. And then there's another video that's coming up later. The essence of what is happening is to show you a glimpse and also to explain and exemplify why. The theme for this particular investment summit is industrial renaissance. The first was diamond in the rough, discovering and unraveling Nasarawa State. 2 years later, now what is happening is the government wants to partner and concentrate on the industrial infrastructure so that we can fire up, the industrial revolution again in Nasarawa State. Partner with the private sector to get more industries rising in Nasarawa State. More will be articulated during the plenary sessions and even when His Excellency comes to speak. I'll go back to our sponsors, and I'd like to call on our sponsor from the Executive Director of Bank of Industries, Shekarau Umar, is the Sadokin Katagum, to come and give us a brief goodwill message before we call on our own, the Honorable Minister for Police Affairs, who also has a traditional title, but I will tell you the title later on. So we'd like to welcome the Executive Director, Bank of Industries, and Sadokin Katagum, Shekarau Umar.
Your Excellency, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, represented by our own dear Minister, Dr. Doris Anite. Your Excellency, the Vice President, represented by our former minister as well, who supported us during his time. Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, and a Goody person, you remember our discussion, sir. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of the state, Your Excellency, the former Governor of this great state, Dr. Abdullahi Adamu, members of the National Assembly who have always been supportive, honorable ministers that have come to support us, members of the State House of Assembly, members of the State Executive Council, our royal fathers, chief executives of different public and private institutions. My name is Shekarau Umar. I've been introduced already, and my EMD tried every effort to be here, and I think by divine intervention, he couldn't, and I'm here. Looking at the project and what we are doing today, I think God wants me to be here, because a large portion of what we are doing to do today has something to do with the MSMEs. So for me, it's a very simple way of getting deal flow. So we'll work with them and make sure that we get the benefits. For us in Bank of Industry, ours is very simple. We are 99% owned by the federal government, and we are fully supported by the federal government. But we operate as a private sector. So we have two caps, owned by the federal government, but we operate in the private sector wing because we need to industrialize our country. We want to thank His Excellency, the Governor, because you coming in as the Governor of the state gave us an opportunity to be in Nasarawa State. We have an office in Nasarawa, and we have also signed an MOU of 500 million. The government has brought in their 250 million. We've matched that with another 250 million, and we've started disbursements to the indigents of this state that are doing well. We are in 32 states at the moment, and the last 3 states are Nasarawa, Akwa Ibom, and Jigawa. Your Excellencies, we are very soon going to Imo, Bayelsa, and other states as well before the end of the year. Last year alone, we disbursed to MSMEs alone over 70 billion naira. This year, we will do more. We believe in industrializing this country. We believe that the MSMEs have the power and have the will to develop our country. We'll continue to support them, so continue to support Nasarawa State. We'll continue to support all the states of the Federation. With the federal government behind us, through our Honorable Minister of Industry, and the support of various Nigerians, we will deliver as we've always done. We thank you once again for giving us the opportunity to come in today. Thank you, sir.
The Executive Director, Bank of Industries, Shekarau Umar, who actually looked up and looked at the timer, And when it indicated his time was up, he actually concluded his speech. I'd now like to, I have the singular honor and privilege to invite the Honorable Minister of State for Police Affairs, our very own Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, who I told you has a traditional title. It is called Zinarian Uke. My co-host, Temi Badro, was asking me, what does Zinaria, what does it mean? Is it gold of Uke? And I said, maybe it might also mean priceless, precious pearl, you know, but everything all together smacks of someone who is glittering in mind and indeed would like to welcome her, the Honorable Minister, Police Affairs, our very own Imam Suleiman Ibrahim, to come and present her goodwill speech. Thank you so very much, Honorable Minister. Can we give her a rousing round of applause? Befitting of Zinaria.
Your Excellency, President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by my sister, the Minister of Trade, Investment and Industries, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, ably represented here, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, the Investment Governor, the Solid Minerals Governor, the Agricultural Governor, the Energy Governor, Engineer Abdullahi Sule. May I adopt the existing protocol, please? I am delighted to be here today as we host the Nasarawa State Investment Summit 2024. This is a very special occasion for me as it's a homecoming for a proud indigenous daughter of this great state. Many of you may not be aware that before assuming my current position as Minister of State Police Affairs, I had the privilege of serving on the Nasarawa State Investment and Advisory Council. During that time, I was part of a dedicated team that worked tirelessly to develop strategies and recommendations to attract investment to our beloved state. Today, as I look around and see the progress that has been made, my heart swells with pride. It is truly gratifying to witness some of the projects that we discussed and advised on maturing and yielding dividends for the state. This is a clear demonstration of the vision and hard work and commitment of both the government led by His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, and the foundation led by his predecessors, and the support of the private sector who continues to believe and support the Nasarawa dream. Investment thrives in fertile grounds where security and opportunities flourish together. In my current role as the Minister of State of Police Affairs, I can assure you that my commitment to Nasarawa State remains steadfast. I will continue to be a strong advocate for efforts that will further strengthen and position the state as a credible investment destination. A crucial element of this is ensuring a safe and secure environment for investors. Under the leadership of our esteemed President, His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, we are now committed to deepen reforms within the Nigerian police force. The goal is to see the emergence of a world-class police force that is inclusive, intelligence-driven, intelligence-led, community-driven, and community-based, that is alive to its constitutional responsibilities. Investors need to know that their investments are protected and that they can operate in a peaceful and stable environment. I am confident that by working together on the ongoing reforms, we can create an environment that is not only economically prosperous, but also one where investors feel safe and secure. I thank you all for listening. I wish us all a fruitful summit full of unlocked opportunities. God bless you all. May God bless our dear Nasarawa State, and may God bless the Federal Republic of Nigeria.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Minister of State, Police Affairs, Honorable Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, FSI. Thank you so much for the message. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, we're moving on to the first plenary for today, and the focus is on unlocking Nasarawa's mineral wealth for growth. Reset, unlocking Nasarawa's mineral wealth for growth. And so I'll have the honor of inviting the session chair as well as the panelists to the table. But Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, before I do that, may I ask that you be more gracious as I invite our guests to welcome them with a resounding applause so that we encourage them and inspire them. So please, Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, as I invite our guests, I know we're very generous with our applause, and ask us to please applaud them even louder. Thank you. Coming up on this session, the session chair, Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, is Lumun Amanda Fees, Mining Policy Lead, Nigeria Economic Summit Group. A round of applause. Thank you. The applause is getting louder. Thank you. The panelists are Mr. Osam Iyehen, Senior Director at African Finance Corporation. A round of applause. On this panel, we also have Ajia Fatima Shinkafi, Executive Secretary, Solid Minerals Development Fund. A round of applause for them. We also have Mr. Oliver Andrews, Group CEO, Bucksmore Group on this session. Thank you. We also have Ibrahim A. Abdullahi, MD CEO, Nasida. A round of applause. Finally, on this panel, we have Mr. Obadiah Nkom, DG, Nigeria Mining Cadastre Office. A round of applause. Over to the session lead.
Good morning, Your Excellencies. Sorry. Good morning, distinguished guests, and good morning, everyone. All protocols observed. As many of you know, Nasarawa State is known as the state, the home of solid minerals, and indeed, from what we've heard today, it should actually be the home of natural resources. So Nasarawa is blessed with several minerals in different categories. It has metallic minerals occurring here, such as gold. It has energy transition minerals, such as lithium and tin. Base metals, such as iron, and then also energy minerals such as coal, development minerals such as kaolin and barite, and so on. And yet, like many states in the country, state has not been able to maximize these potentials. And it is key. And but what I love about Nasarawa State is it's not just sitting down and waiting for things to happen. It is making things happen. In spite of some limitations, particularly the exclusion from mining development from the Constitution, in spite of all of that, the state is taking the bull by the horns and trying to create an enabling environment for private sector development of its mining, of its mineral resources, and also starting to attract investments into the value chain. Heard about the lithium processing plant, which President Bola Ahmed Tinubu just commissioned recently. And I'd like you to please give a round of applause to the state government for facilitating that investment. So these are the kinds of investments that Nigeria needs to make in the sector. Otherwise, it will remain an enclave. So at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, with support from the Ford Foundation, last year the Nigerian Economic Summit Group launched a diagnostic study of the mining industry sector, focusing on the governance landscape to understand why Nigeria has not met its potentials as a mining, mineral-rich country. And it identified 4 key binding issues that have been limiting the sector. One is the absence of a regulatory commission. Unlike other sectors that the government liberalized and reformed, such as the communication sector, electricity sector, and petroleum sector, the mining sector does not have an independent regulatory commission. And you're all testament to the growth particularly in the communication sector. In the other sector, growth is continuous, even though there are still some issues to be addressed. Second issue that the Economic Summit Group report identified was the exclusion of state governments from the governance of the industry. Now, all over the world, it is not uncommon for the federal government to own mineral resources, but there's a formula or an arrangement where both the federal and the central government and the subnational governments share responsibilities in some areas, cede some responsibilities to the states, keep some with the federal because it's more complex, and then, or the federal government also sets standards for the states to follow. The third reason was that Nigeria focused more on generating greenfield areas rather than reopening old mines or developing old deposits that had been either operated or discovered during the colonial era. In several other countries, such as Argentina and Tanzania, they reopened these mines much faster and were able to see the benefits of mining much faster. For instance, Segilola deposit is a legacy deposit. So the federal government had paid attention to that deposit. I think we would have gotten into the market much earlier. And the fourth was that the mining industry is not adequately linked to the rest of the economy. As a result, Nigeria has missed opportunities to industrialize the economy using its mineral resources. So today we're here to speak about the opportunities in Nasarawa State, challenges the state government is facing, and also investors, and the opportunities for investments, and so on. And I look forward to these conversations with, we have a very good team today with us. And throughout the course of the conversation, we're focusing on Nasarawa, and I'll also be putting in some questions around the findings by the Nigerian Economic Summit Group on how to maximize Nigeria's mineral resource potentials, focusing on Nasarawa State. Thank you very much. I'll start with you, Engineer Nkom, the DG, Director General of the Mining Cadastre Office. Can you take us through what Mining Cadastre has been up to, Mining Cadastre Office has been up to in recent times, and how your plans for partnership with the state?
Your Excellencies, I'm privileged to be here today. Like Amanda has said, the word particularly, I feel privileged to be home. I have so many reasons to say I'm home because I worked in the Ministry of Solid Minerals, and I believe there's only one state that is called home of solid minerals. So I think all of us will agree that I am home. Secondly, looking at the whole concept, it's an open secret that when His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Sule, assumed his office in 2019, I believe that some of us know that his first visit to Abuja, first official visit to Abuja, was to the Ministry of Solid Minerals Development, which we really appreciate. Secondly, looking at other aspects, when I look at the timer, I wish I don't look at the timer, because even the time that we have for the entire panel is not going to be enough for my comments. But first of all, I want to appreciate the privilege of being here. The Honorable Minister of Solid Minerals, Dr. Dele Alake, would have loved to be here until late yesterday, but as I'm talking to you now, he is carrying out an important function that even His Excellency should have been there, but because of the importance of this, to speak to the governors to accelerating development and growth of the mineral sector. And that is why he's not able to be here. But with the renewed hope agenda, particularly, we have been able to now have, the minister has a 7-point agenda. And it will interest this forum to know that in Saudi Arabia earlier this year, the minister talked about value addition, and I think in the whole country, the essence of the value addition is more pronounced by 3 major milestones of the lithium aspects in terms of auto cars, electric cars, and decarbonization of the climate. Looking at those aspects, Nasarawa State within a short time has been able to actually have a groundbreaking launch and a factory, the biggest so far, and then another one. And in fact, it was in Saudi Arabia because of the concept of one of the agendas of the minister in talking about value add. That was when he was elected as the chairman of the African Mining Strategic Group, which he's chairing, and the concept of all is value add. Coming down to the mining cadastre, which I superintend with the supervision of the Honorable Minister, I'm privileged to be the Director General. What we simply do is administration and management of mineral titles. And to make it so simple, we have had reasons to go for conferences and so many aspects. They ask you, is your system computerized? We say yes. Is it online? We said no, we are working towards that. But we are all aware that the system is now online. We have migrated to online. And you can sit even right now, take your phones, and then even have reasons to submit applications. It was unveiled by Mr. President, the then President, ably represented by the Vice President. And this is very, very important for ease of doing business. One of the key things that this administration looks onto, which Nasarawa State has gone ahead to even have 3 milestones achieved in terms of value add, is to ensure that no major license will be issued without value addition. I will actually want to pause here and equally tell you another secret, that in one of the functions, His Excellency, Engineer Abdullah Sule, by statistics, I think he is supposed to be, in fact, it was indicated that he was more of a minister of mines or minister of solid minerals, apart from his aspect of executive governor, because he frequents the mine so much, the ministry so much. This is in order to be able to now develop the home of solid minerals. And sir, we thank you very much for that partnership, and we continue to appreciate you. And doing that, the mining cadastre has gone online. It's about 16 months from now. And at the end of the day, it is all for ease of doing business. And we will not want our minerals, like the minister had stated, to be carted away raw outside the country. Once more, I want to register the sincere apology of the Honorable Minister for not being here. He would have loved to be here, and believe that we will be able to now send back all the deliberations that we have. Thank you, Amanda.
Engineer Nkom, thank you for the introduction and for giving us the highlights of what the ministry is focused on, mineral processing, as well as the updates on the cadastre system licensing process, which is now automated. I think on this round is really just to listen to everyone, give us an update of what they've been doing, and then we'll take it up from there. Go into the next round of questions around based on your comments. So Osam, if you could please also inform the House of what AFC has done, particularly in Nigeria in the past, since the last Nasarawa summit. What milestones have you achieved, particularly with the Solid Minerals Development Fund, and then even on your, on your own? Thank you.
Thank you very much. And it's a pleasure to be here representing the Africa Finance Corporation on behalf of my president and CEO, Samaila Zuberu, who unfortunately is not able to be here. Sends his warm regards to everyone, and the commitment of Africa Finance Corporation to lead the charge in revolutionizing the mining sector in Nigeria. So, stepping back, we invest across the entire mining value chain. Across Africa, we've invested a total of about $600 million specifically in the mining sector. We are, Africa Finance Corporation, the largest investor in the mining sector in Nigeria. We finance solely the Thor Segulola project, where we deployed about $90 million in various financing instruments. And Thor is the only commercial gold mine in Nigeria at the moment. So moving forward, what are we looking to do? We are looking to take the template of the Thor Segulola and spread it across the entire Nigeria. We have recently partnered with the Solid Mineral Development Fund of Nigeria and founded a project development mining fund for small-scale mining to address the early stage of mining, which is, we find that is the most typical or the most difficult part of the value chain for financing for mining projects. So we launched this fund in October at the Nigerian Mining Week. To date, we have about 5 or 6 mining projects that we are looking to fund. And specifically in Nasarawa, we are also engaged in discussions with the Nasarawa Mining Investment Authority, and we'll be at the deal room today signing a partnership with Nasarawa. We hope that we're able to replicate some of the successes that we have seen across Africa in Thor Segulola in Nasarawa State. So it's a pleasure to be here to represent AFC, and more than happy to speak to as many people as possible who are looking to see how they can access the AFC funding for mining. Thank you very much.
Congratulations in advance. So, Mr. Cruz,
Thank you, Madam. I am an investor in mining, having spent the last 1.5 decades investing across Africa, also in the mining sector. I'm delighted to be here because I think your focus on mining, and particular what we call green metals, of which by all accounts you have in abundance, is well timed. But listen to this. It is not as easy as people think, and the policies have to be right. My heart warmed just now when the DG mentioned that no further license will be given without some form of beneficiation tagged on by the sponsors. For too long in Africa, we have exported our wealth. Basically, they take the resources, it goes out there, it's refined and it's sold back to us. That must stop. Nasarawa should be the example that leads that path, that we cannot continue in that direction. Ladies and gentlemen, we are the cusp, let nobody fool you, of a new industrialization. That industrialization is the greening of every facet of our lives. Every facet of our lives. But guess what? States like Nasarawa in particular, you actually sit as the catalyst for that. Let nobody fool you. You are the catalyst for that. And so therefore, as you go forward, know that you have that key that's going to unlock this new industrialization. Let it not be said that what Governor is trying to do, our generations that will come after us say, we failed. Yet again, we failed because we didn't understand what we had. So what are we going to do about it? And these are the things that when I go across Africa making investments, I ask, please, that policy holders, look, we cannot, in all fairness, if you want to do industrialized renaissance, do mining and beneficiation on one cadastral plot. It has to be multiple. It has to be large size, or else all we are going to do, we are going to leave the mechanization of this to other continents, and we are going to be agrarian with the whole. Still, that's if I give you the balance in an agricultural sense. So my plea is that not just beneficiation, tag on, DG, that the size is of such that is able to make an investment of scale that matters. Because it's through that scale will come the catalyzation for multiply economic benefits. If you have a big mine in place with its own plant, small business around that will benefit. Just take it, even just selling food to that camp, just actually making the HNSC wear that camp, all leads to the community benefit. And this leads me to two more points. If we're going to do genuine mining, let's not do it like we've done in the past, did I say, in other natural resource sectors. We must respect the land for which we have been temporarily given to mine, and know that these are ancestral lands of the people that live in it, and therefore the benefits of what we take out of it the communities must be involved and also benefit substantially as we, the investors. We must respect their environment. They gave us the social license. So let us ensure that when we finish mining, and the manner in we mine, so that when we finish, we're able to repair that land and leave it in a condition that will ensure that others after us, they come and do other types of projects on it. And of course, the final thing I would say to this is the economic benefits. I have mentioned before that we should not export it. But here also, be able to gain fully those economic benefits. I want to send a message out to our financial institutions, for which, by the way, I've been part of for most of my life. We cannot have financial institutions telling us that they will not do mining. It's the resource we have in Africa. Let others who are part of those institutions not dictate to them what our policy could be, because up till today...
Sir, sorry, can you try to wrap it up?
I am, madam, but this is an important point. Up till today, you have people telling you don't do coal, yet they're doing it in their own place. Up till today, there are people telling you they don't do mine. My final point is to our own local financial institutions. Ready yourselves to be able to assess mining transactions and make sure you're involved in mining transactions. If you don't, outsiders will come and take it all from the indigenes of the country. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So we'll have to wrap up quite quickly. So MD, can you just give us in very short points of what the state has done within the last 2 years? Very quickly, please. Just focusing on mining.
Yes, so I'm speaking from 2 points of view, Amanda. One, from a point of view of a government that recognizes the importance of this sector and the economic impact of the sector. So government has been working tirelessly to ensure that we promote value addition. And the governor has been the lieutenant in this regard, going around talking to mining investors. They don't cut away our minerals without doing any value addition. Because if you don't do value addition, we lose the essence. Our local communities lose jobs, you degrade our environment, and there's really nothing to show for it. As you know, there are so many, over 20 minerals in the state, types of minerals in the state in abundant commercial quantity. So Nasarawa State has been playing a role of both an enabler and now also wanting to be a player in the industry. So in this regard, the government has approved a thematic holding company called the MINCO, Nasarawa Mining Company. And Nasarawa Mining Company's objective is to aggregate mining assets with the whole objective of value addition and ensuring that we promote best practices in mining. The sole essence of the MINCO is to enter into joint venture development with the likes of Andrew and other investors, and then with also the support of the likes of Africa Finance Corporation. That is what we're really up to. One, we want more value addition. Secondly, we also want to play in the sector. We recognize our limitation as a subnational, mining being on the exclusive list. So we don't issue licenses, but we have a business environment to regulate, and which also includes ownership of land title. So these minerals actually exist within the purview of the land title that the Constitution gives the governor of the state the constitutional powers to. So we're saying, we're extending our hands of partnership both to the federal government, to the investor community, and to development finance institutions. We're a state that is really ready to develop this sector, and you will see in the coming days from this summit and also in the near future the sort of impact We've already seen Avatar Energy processing plant, private sector investment being enabled by the state government, being supported by the state, being promoted by the state government. There was also the Rogwa plant, the Asgard processing plant. So these and many more are springing up in the state, and we're alive to our responsibility, and we want to play an economically impactful role. Thank you.
So it's interesting to hear from you that in spite of the limitations you have because you're a subnational under our constitutional arrangement, that you're still forging ahead using, entry point is creating a conducive business environment. However, since we've run out of time, it would have been interesting to hear from you how you're also taking this message to other state governments, because there's, tension also right now between states and a lot of mining companies and even the federal government. But I think we can talk about that some other time. So I'll start from here again. Engineer Nkom, you talked about the comment you made that no large-scale mining without processing. So your last word on this, are you working with the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investments? Because there's a crossing between mining and manufacturing, and when we make these kind of policy pronouncements, it's important that there's a legal and regulatory backing to it. I believe it's under the regulations. It's clear there that mining should go along with processing. But have you considered that there are trade restrictions? There are industrial policy, restrictions and so on when we take these steps as developing countries to enforce this or even design or make this kind of policy pronouncements. Have you reached out to the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment so that you understand why investors are finding it difficult to process? We're lucky that the state government has focused on attracting processors, not so much putting the burden on the miner, but then, going after the niche investor for this kind of investment, which is processors. So can answer that very quickly so that we'll wrap up, please. Then everybody will have 1 minute. So you have 1 minute, sir.
Thank you, Amanda. Thank you very much. I'm happy that the Minister of Trade, Investments and Industries is here. His Honorable Minister has had reasons to come to the ministry. That is the synergy that is needed. And whatever statements that were made, it's clear that the minister said we need no license to be issued. You must have an evidence of value add. Can you imagine we have 1,000 licenses? Is it possible to have 1,000 factories? But all we need to do is we need an evidence to show you are going to add value to ensure that minerals are not exported raw. And that is why, as at even yesterday, there was a launch of the Nigeria's Mineral Resources Decision Support System. The essence of that, it was launched yesterday, and it is an all enclosed one-stop shop so that you'll be able to now open up your phone and see everything about the sector. So it gives you that opportunity to open up, see data, and take a decision. That is why it is called Decision Support System. That was launched yesterday, and it is one of the milestones of the Renew Hope agenda. And that is why I must continue to commend even the National Assembly itself. It is on record that they have recognized that Nasarawa State is home of solid minerals. We have minimum 2 former governors of this state who have been chairmen of solid minerals committees, senators. And even currently, we have the Honorable Gaza Befi, who is the chairman of the House Committee on Solid Minerals, who is doing wonderfully well. But in as much as we are doing that, we are doing a lot of things, particularly the minister, sanitizing the industry. And that is why we have had reasons to revoke 1,633 and then another 924 most recently. The essence is the rule was adhered to strictly because we can sue and be sued. And that is why we are conscious of that, making sure that the industry, and I can say from the statement of my minister and the governor, I am being careful so that I will not quote something that will put me in trouble. But I told you I am home. I was born in Goody. So you can see I am home and I think I am protected. But at the same time, Nasarawa State is playing a significant key role towards leading by example, and will continue to do that, sanitizing the industry. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir. So, Osam, your own last points as well, but I'll guide that conversation. You said you're also looking at replicating the Seguilola template and hopefully take quite a number of prospects into deposits and then help those deposits become mines, hopefully. Have you thought about, because the NESG looked at it that over 17 years, we only have one large-scale producing mine, and other countries were able to get mines into production much faster because they had legacy brownfields that they focused on. So in this approach, in Nasarawa also, apart from the 3 that you are launching today, have you also had a look at what maybe the British may have done in the past here that could, you could possibly bring to the market much faster, and also across the country as well?
So thank you. So you're basically asking, so what have others done that Nigeria needs to do, and Nasarawa, what does Nasarawa need to do to advance? So as a financier, when we look at mining projects, there's a number of key attributes which we look at. One, ESG is no longer a buzzword. We have to make sure that the project is sustainable. We have to make sure that it meets all the requirements from World Bank, IFC compliance, so that's extremely important. The second thing which is extremely important to us is looking at infrastructure. Mining is a very infrastructure-heavy investment. So we look at the entire value chain. Fortunately for AFC, we have the capacity to invest across the entire value chain, all the way from the power to the ports to the everything that is required to make it work. So we are able to deploy not just only our project development facility, which I mentioned earlier, but we are also able to bring in our transport team, we are able to bring in our power team to make sure that the project actually does work from a holistic perspective. So we're not just looking at just one aspect of a project, we're looking at the project in its entirety. The third thing which I will mention that is extremely key in our appraisal of projects is that we have to make sure that the project is financially viable in the long term. So what does that mean? For AFC, we are fortunate to have a convening power. We have capacity to bring in additional financiers who we work with to make sure that not only do we get a project to the definitive feasibility study stage and into construction, there's going to be additional capital that is required down the line for expansion. So that kind of holistic thinking is what we look at. And I think a lot of other countries who have been successful have looked and approached the sector in that way. And I think that is the advantage which we bring to the sector. Thank you.
Right, Mr. Oliver, 1 minute also as well. And I'd like you to close with, from the perspective of, creating that, sustaining the business environment for mining in Nasarawa State from an investor's perspective.
I think I will start by saying that what the good governor and his team are doing, bringing us all in here. We have, over the last few weeks, knocked heads argued over papers and stuff, but we've got there, and I think that must continue, and it must be broadened and continued. One of the things I would also like to say, the barrier to entry for investors, ma'am, is high. To do a large-scale mining before you even begin to build a plant, depending on the size, is upwards of $50 million just on your exploration and development costs. So if you have the state or federal doing some of the geomapping, geophysical survey, we do, the private sector can do their trenching. You can overlay that before you even start drilling, knowing the most interesting areas to drill. That reduces the risk. So I'll stop there and say these are some of the things from what the investment office is doing. These are some of the things that jointly state and federal can do to reduce the risk associated with entry into mining. Thank you.
So, MD, borrowing from what Mr. Andrew said, I think it would be good if you looked at the Nigerian Mineral Resource Development Decision Support System that Engineer Income mentioned, which the minister launched last week. I think it would be quite important and to apply that tool to these 3 projects that you are launching tomorrow. So as you just close, what can we expect again from Nasarawa? Because there are other investors here that have journeyed far and wide. Some are listening online. What's the key message you want to send to all of them?
We're ready to engage, we're ready to partner, and we're open for business.
Thank you. That's very short. So my last word on this is, from the federal government and the Nasarawa state government, they're keen to, expand the development impact of mining on Nasarawa state and on Nigeria. And thankfully, the African Mining Vision, which the African Union launched in 2009, providing a policy platform, a framework for African member countries to adopt and integrate into their mining policies. That is what is at play here in Nasarawa. When you start to focus on the downstream, the mining, the upstream, the impacts on the environment, and then, of course, industrialization, using these mineral resources to catalyze industrialization. I'd also like to request that you integrate your universities and research institutions into that MOU that you're signing so that, there's that cross-learning. That is where the industrialization will come from, where there's that integration between academia and industry and government. That is what we're pushing at the Nigerian Economic Summit Group, for Nigeria to adopt the African Mining Vision so that we benefit from our mineral resources in a much broader way than we have in the past, and of course in the oil sector. So thank you. You've been a wonderful audience, and thank you. You've been a wonderful panel. Thank you, and I wish Nasarawa State all the best. And in the next summit, I think that we'll have many more things to appreciate about this state. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Can we please give them a rousing round of applause? I would like the panelists to kindly remain there for the photo op, and would like to invite Hajia Fatima Shinkafi. She was actually supposed to be a part of, but her flight got delayed, so she will just take a picture with them. We'll just take a picture, and then they would leave for the next panel. Remain standing, photograph. Wait, Hajia Fatima Shinkafi would join them. Hajia Fatima Shinkafi is the Executive Secretary, Solid Minerals Development Fund. We'd like to thank you so very much for the sacrifice, for coming all the way. You know how these flights can actually be delayed, but we'd like to thank you for coming over. Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, Mr. President, here ably represented, Mr. Vice President, ably represented as well, we'd like to thank you for your patience. We would like Boxmore and Earth Metal, who are part of this session, to kindly proceed to the deal room. What is happening is that as this session is going on, behind deals are being struck, negotiations are going on, and this is usually a trademark of the Nasarawa Investment Summit. So AFC as well should please join, go behind, and we'll be announcing the deals that have actually been negotiated and arrived at. The deal room, a lot of synthesis, a lot of metamorphosis, a lot of deals and negotiations are going on right in the very next room. We call it the deal room. And that is what is very unique about the Nasarawa Investment Summit. At this point, we would go to the next session. The next plenary is on the Nasarawa Technology Village. And to just set the tone for the Nasarawa Technology Village, we would play a very brief video, and then we call the panelists who will be chaired by Professor Patutomi to come and discuss. So video ready? Please, let's have the video for the Nasarawa Technology Village briefly, and then the panelists would all come and sit down. Video. I'd like to call, is our video ready? Would like the panelists to be coming over if the video isn't ready. The Nasarawa Technology Village is an incubation hub. Now this is it. Synchronized like the Silicon Valley of the United States of America.
Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, to welcome our very respected, esteemed, invited guests. I want to state here that, ladies and gentlemen, this event is first of its kind. We all know that the world is going technical, and technology is the word all over. His Excellency, being an engineer of international standard, decided Nasarawa State is not going to be left out. And if for anything, we're going to be the first to set the pace. And today, here we are.
Earl Nightingale said, everything begins with an idea. The idea for this project started in the mind of our governor, His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule. He came up with an idea to build an ecosystem that will be driven by technology to make Nasarawa State and beyond an economic powerhouse through this technology hub.
Who are we and what do we do? We're a subnational investment outfit that plays a combined role of being an investor and also a promoter for the socio-economic benefits of the state.
I'm here to speak about the role of InfraCredit and Shelter Africa in putting together this transaction. So we approached them with this project. They were interested because of the social impact, environmental sustainability impact, the EDGE certifications, and all the other things that come with a project like this, and especially the technology hub. So within 9 months, they provided a 20 Naira guarantee. We actually just approached them for one portion, which is 3.5 billion. But when they looked at the project, they said no, they will not allow this project to be fragmented, so they will finance the entire 12.5 billion. As they were putting it together, they spoke to Shelter Africa. Shelter Africa is also a subsidiary of African Development Bank.
The idea of this technology village came to me when I was with the Dangote group and we used to go to Seattle. Seattle, Washington, every time we went with Dangote, we had the opportunity to Bill Gates. And through that approach, we had the opportunity actually to visit Microsoft headquarters, but more importantly, visit the Silicon Valley in California, which is just about 2 hours flight down there. And I saw the opportunity of a situation like Nasarawa State, a state that is not usually very rich when it comes to park allocation.
Nasarawa State Technology Village holds immense promise for the state, leveraging the state's abundant mineral resources such as cast, columbite, tantalite, coltan stones, fuel innovation, technological advancement. These resources are vital components for production of mobile phones, personal computers, automotive electronics, cameras, and dental and surgical instruments.
Thank you very much. Your Excellencies, the next plenary is on the Nasarawa Technology Village, and the chair for this second plenary is none other than Professor Pat Utomi. Would like to welcome you, Professor. You know who he is, a professor of political economy and an expert in management. We also have in the panel Ade Foku, the Director Corporate and Regulatory Affairs of Olam Agri. We also have Mohammed Abu Ibrahim, ES of Nigeria Agricultural Development Fund, and Rashid Sarumi, Group CEO of Saru Africa. And we have Dr. Michael Ojo, the Country Director of GAIN. We're also happy and esteemed to have in this panel His Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe. I would most respectfully hand over to Professor Pat Utomi to proceed.
Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, let me say that this is very serious business. The future of a generation could depend on the conversations that we have here today. First and foremost, let me indicate that the subject this panel is supposed to engage with is security. It's about strengthening food value chain, which is so fundamental for any progress that we can make. And to open, I'd like to say that I traveled several thousand miles to come to this meeting because of the importance that I attach the vision that is being unfolded and moved forward here. So I want to congratulate the team that is doing this. From me, before the panel weighs in with their expertise, in just a few seconds, because we have to wrap up in 40 minutes, there are 4 messages that I have come. One, to deliver. One is to rekindle the idea of a developmental state. The prebendal culture in Nigeria has taken away the developmental state mindset. Essence of the state is to drive development. 2 is to make the point that the subnational level perhaps more important than the national level in driving growth in various sectors, including agriculture. We have created an obtuse federation compared to what we had in the 50s for a variety of poor policy choices that we have made through the years. And in talking subnationals and their importance, I'd like to urge the governor to please talk to his neighbors so that they can collaborate. And I give a very specific example. Many years ago, I was leading a conversation, a state government, 1999, trying to develop, and they were talking about mega city, and I said, look, think megalopolis. Lagos, Ibadan, megalopolis. Build a new city in Ogere, and you will better service Lagos, Ibadan, and create a growth pool. But people were focused mega city up in the sky. You can compare where we were, where we are. Please think neighbor, collaborate with neighbor. Third point that I think is very important that we make here is the imperative of a tripartite approach to development. Private sector, public sector, PDAs, or social enterprise sector. You are almost equal partners. Government likes to think that it can solve all problems. It cannot. You work well with partners, you can make a huge difference. And then finally, the first message that I wanted to bring to you is that in thinking strategy, if you ignore the small, quote-unquote, distractions, you will not get to where you are going. And one apparently small distraction, but it's not small at all, is food security. If the people are hungry, all those other things that you are going for will not be achieved. This is why I'm pleased to be with these gentlemen who have been impactful in their work in that area. And I'd like to begin very quickly with Adefeko and Olam have been central players for a long time. Why are we hungry?
Thank you very much, distinguished ladies and gentlemen. Thank you very much, Professor Patutomi. A quick one. That's a question that I will just answer with three things. We have to be very strategic, we have to be very deliberate, and we have to be very intentional. Olam has been one of those who've been in Nasarawa State since 2011. So we're one of the foremost investors in this state with our state-of-the-art rice farm and mill. And everyone, can see that food security for us is very important. We operate from farm to fork, from seed to shelf. So the investment we have here is the largest rice farm and mill in Africa. And we're happy to have it here in Nasarawa State. I was just speaking prior to coming here that one of the problems we have is accessing our farm. And the governor and I have had discussions on that for a while. And I'm hoping that by the time we come back for the next investment summit, we'll have tackled that. So very, very importantly, I think we must collaborate and we must cooperate. It's important for the subnationals to play their role. And it is instructive that Nasarawa State, being a neighbor of the Federal Capital Territory, is taking advantage of that to a large extent. And for us, like I said, our farm in Nasarawa is 13,500 hectares, of which we've cultivated about 4,500. So we have a rice farm and a rice mill. People usually get it wrong. They always talk about rice mills. We have a mill here, we have a mill there. The produce of the farm is what is put in the mill. So it's always important not to put the cart before the horse. So for those who are here, it's important for us to have a connection, a nexus, and for us to collaborate a lot to make sure that we get the best in terms of yield. The yield we are getting in our farm is the highest yield in the country, over 4 hectares, which is very, very, very important. The average is about between 2 and 2.5. So we are getting about 4.5 with the varieties. But it is important for the large multinationals, the large corporates, to partner with the locals, the small holder farmers. We have about 35,000 of them, which we are working with in Nasarawa, and we aggregate paddy from across Nasarawa and its environs. Let me stop there for now, and further interventions later.
Thank you so very much. The idea of value chains is super important. And a major multinational like you working in outgrower schemes and aggregating even across state borders be enormously valuable here. I know that GAIN, I've interacted with GAIN people around the world at international conferences, that they have done impactful work. So, GAIN, why aren't we gaining from GAIN such that our people are hungry?
Thank you very much, Prof. And it's a pleasure to be here. It's not often that I get on an all-man panel. So apologies to the ladies that are not represented. This is an issue that affects all of us. For GAIN is the Global Alliance for Improved Nutrition. And we were set up with a mandate to tackle malnutrition. We've been here in Nasarawa for about 4 years. And that is important to emphasize, because we are a relatively small organization, even though we're global. And the investments that we make has to be connected to governments who show seriousness. And so the fact that we're here in Nasarawa State is already a good sign. Last year, we signed a 5-year MOU with the government of Nasarawa State, again, an indication of our commitment to be here medium to long term. And again, that's really important. The work we do here is with the state government, but also goes beyond that, because really the local governments are also is where the action happens when it comes to food production. And so when we talk about food security, but not just food security, but nutrition security, we have to really think about what we're doing at the local government level that aggregates to what the state brings together. So for us, we currently work in Lafia, in Awe, in Doma, in Kokona, Kiani, and Akwanga. And I hope I haven't murdered any of the names of the LGAs. But murdered names can resurrect, thank you. Last year, and this really begins to explain what we're doing here, we worked with our colleagues, CARE, who are also partners in the state, with UNICEF, and with funding from the Netherlands government, with the state government to produce the second version of the state multi-sectoral plan of action for food and nutrition, which was launched by no less than the executive governor, His Excellency himself, which underscores also how serious Nasarawa is taking this issue. It's important to have a plan, and the plan then, begins to direct investments and support from people like us and others who want to come into the state. What problem are we solving? What are we trying to solve? Food insecurity is a national problem. The figures from the MPI 2022 says that 60% of people in Nasarawa State are living below the poverty line. And we've just concluded the National Food Consumption and Micronutrient Intake Survey, where we found that 8 out of 10 Nigerian households are food insecure, which means they don't have enough food for their needs. In Nasarawa, that figure is 7 out of 10, or well, in the north central part. And it's important to really think about that, because Nasarawa and many other states in this part of the country tout themselves as the food basket of the nation. So if we are the food basket, how come 7 out of 10 households in this part of the country are still food insecure? And we do some work with the National Bureau of Statistics, and I'm pleased to see the Director General here, where we look at the cost of a healthy diet across all of the states of the Federation. For Nasarawa State, that cost is about, for this last report, which is a couple of months ago, was about 800 naira per person. In the worst state, which is Ekiti, for that period, is about 1,300. And so if we're talking about food insecurity, and we see the disparity in the cost of food, then it underlines the problem that not only are we not producing enough food, but we also have really low incomes, which is making the food that's available unaffordable.
I would like you to come back in the next round to expand on that, because this is very critical to this process. But let's go to our other colleague, Mr. Ibrahim. We have arable land all over the place. We have human beings, and we are hungry. How do you manage the risk lending in agriculture to involve a broader section of the population producing what they can do so that we can be fed? From the perspective of the fund, what are you able to do?
Thank you very much, Prof. My name is Nasser Ngawa, and I'm representing the Executive Secretary of the National Agricultural Development Fund, who is unavoidably absent. He extends his sincere apologies to His Excellency and other distinguished Yes. Perhaps before I answer your question about the risk in agriculture, I'll just do a primer in terms of the fund and what it's set up for. The National Agricultural Development Fund is the latest ingenuity of the Nigerian government, the latest policy intervention in terms of galvanizing agri-finance to address the very issues that we have been talking about. The agency has just been on board the current leadership has been on board just for about 6 months. And what we have done is we've spent a lot of time just trying to make sure that we set up right. We have worked with some of the top leading consultants very quickly to identify what our priority areas are. So, of course, subnationals could benefit from those areas, and of course, individuals in terms of smallholder farmers and other commercial farmers can benefit from those. Those 4 key areas are around input support. So one of the major challenges, of course, that would answer Prof's question in one way is around the quality of inputs. So that pillar would address the issues around making sure that not only those inputs are provided as at when needed, but also that they are of the right quality and the right standard. The second is around implements and mechanization. So making sure that we move from what one of the previous speakers was talking about, from being agrarian farmers to being sort of mechanized farmers. The third pillar is around just looking at the infrastructure, so looking at storage, looking at irrigation and drip systems. The last one is just making sure that there's some sort of emergency fund that could address issues around the current ginger blight in Kaduna State, where across 7 local governments, livelihoods were lost. Across about 2,500 hectares of farmland was affected. The NADF has moved in very quickly to sort of intervene in seeing that at least they can do crop rotation before a 1-year period is sort of taken to put in the right research to find out what the disease was affected. To go to your question, Prof, in terms of de-risking agriculture, the NADF would mainly focus on just being a vehicle that galvanizes agricultural finance. So as a fund, we could be invested in and we could invest for big ticket sizes to make sure that, for instance, the bank credit, which is just about 5% that goes into agriculture, we scale that up to whatever percentage. The de-risking of agriculture is largely a function that our sister agency, NISAL, is mandated to do. Stop here.
With these sister agencies, because a big part of this problem is coordination. And so working, but Sarumi, my first question remains valid. Does not seem logical, does not seem reasonable that the people with a lot of land, arable mainly, are hungry. How can you catalyze and facilitate systems such that we can quickly ensure food security for our people?
Thank you. Frankly, first, when we talk about agriculture in Nigeria, everybody is an expert. But when we just spoke about mining, we saw the mining expert. Government wants to do stuff in agriculture. Country wants to solve it. And well, I think in agriculture, government is overrated. Government only needs one. Okay, so I'm saying that in agriculture, all of us believe we have solutions. Yet, 7 out of 10 people go to bed hungry every day. We need to think differently. Been in the industry for over 33 years, and government has been trying to do the same thing. without much success. I think right now, government needs to take a step backward and focus on policy and enabling environment. I will use 3 products in the upstream as an example. In the 33 years I've been in the industry, government has been intervening in fertilizer. Yet, they are not, when they are available, they come in late. 2, the per capita consumption of fertilizer is still low to give us the right yield. I go to seed, the planting material, which is supposed to catalyze growth. The OLAB, they just spoke about having 4 metric tons per hectare, which is against a national average of 1.5 to 2 metric tons. That also, even the modern seeds have not been adopted. So intervention has not delivered. Take another critical input, which is the crop protection. This government has not intervened in all my career. Yet, the farmers have the product all over Nigeria, even especially in Nasarawa at the right time. It's competitive, right? And the per capita consumption is higher than fertilizer. What does that tell us? Government gets out of the way, bring policies and an enabling environment, and ensure that agriculture is able to thrive. I looked at 4 crops that Nigeria has serious comparative advantage in. First, maize, soybean, cassava, and oil palm. I also take 3 other crops that for the purpose of food security and industrialization is key: wheat, sugarcane, and rice. We spend, God knows what, $4 or $5 billion, more, maybe close to $7.5 billion on wheat, importing sugar, and a bit of rice. The policy is not there. In this state, which we all use as a case study, where the governor is very private sector friendly, we have 3 companies who are ready to make investments in the sugarcane value chain. But we don't have a policy. We don't have a policy that
Perhaps we can turn to the deputy governor around this matter of policy. Like I keep saying, I believe that there is a very important role for government, just as there is a very, very important role for the private sector, and sometimes even more important role in the social enterprise sector. How these 3 sectors collaborate, for me, has been the problem of Nigeria. The whole Nigerian Economic Summit Group was built on that concept after the Aga Khan Foundation Conference in Nairobi in 1985. But we have not still been able to get them to work well as partners in the interest of the people. Give you a very small example. We're talking about de-risking. I went to Bangladesh many years ago. These are countries that were literally starving with all kinds of problems. NGOs intervening, like BRAC, learn things such as we don't lend money to the ultra poor. They are so poor that if they get 10 naira today, they will use it to survive. So we lend them assets. So we lend you a cow, and at 10 a.m. every morning, a truck will come and pick up a gallon of milk from front of your house. By noon, there's whatever money in your bank account, and you become a producer. How? I know that you're a doctor, but your business is to save people in a different way now. How can government organize to use that kind of wisdom to bring the people together and have them produce their way out of hunger and out of poverty? Because it is possible. Many others have done it in the world.
Thank you, Prof, for this question. Your Excellencies and all esteemed guests that are here. You see, when we came in 2019, the Excellency came with a prepared program. And we've heard before about the NASA's Economic Development Strategy document. And that document contains strategy, agriculture, food production, and value chain addition. As a deliberate policy, therefore, of this government, we looked at the whole value chain and see where government can intervene. And I can tell you that in Nasarawa State today, we have such a system that anybody can key into adequately and reasonably. We have involved all sectors in areas of agriculture. We have already a committee in the states headed by the governor himself, Committee on Ease of Doing Business. And this committee has come up with strategies where we can, all players in the agricultural sector can come in. We also are focusing on the subsistence farmers because we know that in Nasarawa State, about 70 to 80% of the indigents of this state are subsistence farmers. And it's therefore important that whatever we're doing, we must take them into consideration because we must empower them. We must increase yield. We must also increase quality of yield. So as a policy, the governor every year has 2 sessions where we have a program where we make fertilizer available to our local farmers, both the wet season and the dry season. And not only that, we also make machineries available to all these our farmers to encourage them. And also make our room available for big-time farmers, the big-time players to come in. And that is why, since he came in, you can see that we have a Dangote already in our way, with about 60,000 hectares of land they're using for sugarcane. We also have the Nigerian flour mills coming in. We also have the Saro Group that are coming in, and the Asman Rice and all the other big players coming in. The idea here is that they come in to also help our subsistence farmers, give them the produce, give them improved yields, so that they can produce more, and these big industries uptake these products for them and make life a lot easier for them. And I must say here that it's the same kind of policy that Olam Farms is operating in Doma today, where they have about 13,000 hectares of land, but only cultivating about 4,500. But they have the largest rice mill. But they're supporting these subsistence farmers with all the inputs that they need so they can increase their yields, so that they can uptake this product from the factories. And this is why we're calling on all the big-time players that are here to also follow up what Olam has done and Olam is doing. Because Nasarawa State, like you mentioned, is a state that has the fertile land. The land is there fertile. The fertility is very high. The eggs are there, ripened eggs, waiting for suitors to come and fertilize these eggs. And I want to pray and use this opportunity to invite the big-time farmers to come in so that together we can support our subsistence farmers so they can improve on what we're doing.
I join you in your prayer. Very quickly, I'm going to go back 30 seconds for all. But I want sweet, sharp, 3 prescriptions from everybody on what can lead to a rapid turnaround in the situation with food security coming out of Nasarawa State for the country. I don't mean for Nasarawa State, for the country, because it is supposed to be our food basket. 3 prescriptions. And let us even try specific stuff like what must we do to increase yield per hectare for the small-time farmer in whatever specific areas. 30 seconds. Adi?
Thank you very much, Prof. In my introductory remark, I spoke to three things: being strategic, being deliberate, being intentional. Very, very important, very critical. For the large corporates, land bank, very, very important. The land bank will be used by large corporates, okay, to farm a very vast area, okay, and cultivate food. Bring in cooperatives and outgrowers to help support that process. Two, we can only be competitive when we have comparative advantage. We are comparatively advantaged in many things. We can start from yam, we can start from sesame, we can start from cassava. We can go on and on across value chains. It's important for us to look at our respective belts in the country and the areas where we have comparative advantage. Three, and lastly, there's a support from development banks. AFDB, for example, is talking about what you call staple crop processing zones. But in having staple crop processing zones, it's important to have anchors there. Large anchors who can do things at scale. Scale is important. And lastly, it is important to note that for you to have national security, food security is an integral part of that. And that takes care of the entire national security architecture. Those are my closing words.
Thank you. Yes, from Gain.
Hello. Okay. Right. So what we're trying to solve is food and nutrition insecurity. And so the investments that we make in terms of the crops and the value chains that we focus on and emphasize have to be those that can help us address both and nutrition insecurity. So we need to invest in nutritious food value chains. And as we invest in things like maize or cassava and potatoes, we have high nutrient-enriched varieties of these crops that should now become the focus of our investment. Not only do vitamin A cassava, vitamin A maize, orange flesh sweet potato help us to deal with both food and nutrition insecurity, but they also help us to be more resilient to the impacts of climate change. The second thing I would propose is, given what the executive vice, the deputy governor has said, the 78% of subsistence farmers, the vast majority of those are actually women. And we need to find ways to ensure that we are supporting women in the investments that we make.
Very, very important.
So
I want to concur on that.
And the last thing I would mention is this would all help us to address food and nutrition insecurity in the short to medium term. But there's an immediate problem. Social protection measures need to be set in place, and that's why we'll be working with the government on the homegrown school feeding program and really helping to address the nutritional quality of the meals served in that social protection system. Social protection is now even more important to help us address
Thank you so much,
hunger
Dr.
and
Ojo.
malnutrition currently.
Thank you, our colleague from the fund. 30 seconds. 3 bullets that can transform things.
So 3 things from the National Agricultural Development Fund. The first being in terms of grants. As part of our functions, we do have a sizable amount that is meant to support agriculture-related institutes, so we can come up with the kind of evidence that would support issues around improved yield, so on and so forth. Secondly, the NADF is also looking at agriculture from a different lens, from a lens of being a business. So that being said, that one of the things we'll be focusing on is on projects and investments around agriculture that are bankable. So our doors are open to those kind of investments. And to be more specific, for Nasarawa State Government, under our 4th pillar for emergency funds, we intend to set up sub-funds. And one of those sub-funds will be around technical support. Discussing with the African Development Bank, one of the challenges for states has been around the feasibility studies and the quality of their submissions. So what the NADF would be doing would be supporting subnational governments to make sure that their project preparation documents up to scale in terms of what would be acceptable for, again, places like the African Development Bank and so on and so forth. Thank you.
Thank you so very much. Mr. Sarumi, 30 seconds.
Okay.
Please.
South Africa is the largest farmer in Nigeria, cultivating over 80,000 hectares, and the largest agro-industrial group. 3 things I think Nasarawa can do. 1, they're already doing policy, de-risking access to land. If big companies come, they're able to teach the small farmers, especially women, how to grow their yield. 2, the state must invest in agricultural extension. We have the land, they are fertile. We need to improve yield. We can easily double yield in cassava, maize, and soybean under 2 years. 3, we need private enterprise. Private capital brings innovation. We are rugged. We stay true in ensuring change happens. Thank you.
Governor, 3 quick low-hanging fruits that you must plug and give yourself some timeline on. Because I don't like talking about things. I like action plans and measure.
3 quick things. 1, peace and security. We have ensured and guaranteed that there's enough peace and security for investors to come in. You realize that the first state the governor visited after inauguration was to go to Benue State. At that time, there was an anti-grazing law in Benue. A lot of herders were moving into Nasarawa State. And there was this herder farmers crisis. But the first thing he did was to go to his great brother in Benue, exchange hands, so that in Nasarawa State can have a peaceful atmosphere for entrepreneurs to grow, including, of course, farming and agriculture. And I can tell you that that has yielded a lot of fruit. Now we don't have much of herders farmers crisis. What you have more now is farmers and herders. Because everybody is now looking for the farm, and the farmers are now fighting each other on the land that is available. Secondly, the state also has deliberately gone into farming herself. So just recently, we acquired about 10,000 hectares of land for cultivation by the state government using our agri-development program. And the agri-development program is being reinvigorated to ensure that we meet up with food demands in the state. And finally, the state is opening up roads. Like I'm mentioning to you, we have a Rural Infrastructure Bureau that has deliberately gone to open up rural roads. Over 500 kilometers rural roads have been opened up so that the farmers can bring their produce out there to the market so that it can be accessible and the prices of foodstuff can go down. Also, the NG Cares organization also has just opened up about 200 kilometers of rural roads. All these are deliberate policies of government to ensure that the state is secured, the state is open, the farmers can get their produces out to the market, the economy will improve. The only other aspect where we might calling on investors that are here is an issue of food preservations and processing. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you so very much, Mr. Deputy Governor. Nothing frustrates me more than looking at numbers and finding where yield per hectare in Nigeria is for anything compared to X number of other countries. And I ask myself, why? And how do decision makers, public, private sector, challenge themselves with those? But in closing, let me tell a little story about my remembrances of Nasarawa State. As a child, I grew up in Kano and Guzo. And my father worked for a company that the governor later worked for in a different mode, British Petroleum. And he drove a Peugeot 403 and then 404 in the early 60s. and we would drive to Delta, eastern Nigeria, once every year to go on vacation. And we used to pass through Akwanga. And the one thing that I remember Akwanga for was a colloquial called Poto Poto. I mean, we stayed in that traffic sometimes 12 hours to navigate those roads. I'm coming today and I'm looking at this fantastic drive and all of this. The truth is that a lot of progress has taken place. If I take from that time to now. However, should we be satisfied with that? No. Live in a competitive world in which gain is relative. I'm coming from just another country on this planet, and I know, as the governor knows, he went to school in the same state that I went to school in America. And you know what the highways are like. The road from Indianapolis to Bloomington, Indiana today is owned by an Australian company. We must look for creative ways to ensure that infrastructure is expanded to facilitate. If to get to the Olam farm, your vehicles will completely fall apart. Possibilities coming from their investment will be limited. Private capital can be found to make all of these work better for the state and for the country, for the quality of life of human beings. When I was introducing my presentation, I talked about a development approach concept of taking our factor endowments and looking at our latent comparative advantage and trying to dominate certain value chains. I think, if I may plead with you, your team, to take what your factor endowments are. Look at the ones you would like to dominate some global value chains and get every possibility of resource, not government cash, every possibility of resource, optimize on those value chains, becoming ones that are transforming for the state, for the country, for the quality of life of our people. I thank you for this opportunity to come here, share my thoughts.
Can we give them a rousing round of applause? Wonderful animated session. Would like for the panelists to kindly step forward for the photo op, please. Thank you so very much. Pearls of wisdom, very illuminating pearls. Quite incisive. Thank you so much, Professor, for leading this. I'd like to thank all for participating. Yes, thank you so very much. Thank you, thank you, thank you so very much. We'd like to thank the panelists. We would also like to thank Mr. President, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, here ably represented by the Honorable Minister for Trade. We would like to thank you for your patience so very much. We would also like to thank the representative of the Vice President, who is also here with us. We will take a goodwill message from one of our key sponsors, and then we will call on the representative of the Vice President, and then we would move on. We'll also call one of our icons of politics here, and a few of them, and just move on. Thank you. Thank you. At this point, I would like to invite the Managing Director, CEO of the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, who also happens to be a son of the soil, a son of Nasarawa State, very proudly so, Mr. Usman Shehu Osidi, Maliking Opanda, and Walin Toto, Managing Director, CEO of Federal Mortgage Bank, to come and give a brief goodwill message. They are one of our key sponsors. Thank you so very much. the MD, Federal Mortgage Bank.
Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, ably represented by the Minister of Trade and Investment, Your Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, ably represented by the former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Your Excellency Ali Modibo, Your Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency Engineer A.A. Sule, a man that the Almighty Allah in His infinite mercy has gifted to the people of Nasarawa State. As a proud indigenous of Nasarawa State, I would like to thank Your Excellency for accepting to serve the people of Nasarawa State. I say this with all sense of responsibility because I do know that if it was for the money, Your Excellency, the salary you earned as the Group Managing Director of Dangote Industries is much more than what is paid any state governor in Nigeria. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, Your Excellency, the former Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, whom I describe as a former everything. Members of the National and State Assemblies, Your Excellency, at this juncture, I would like to crave your indulgence and the indulgence of other guests to stand on already established protocol. Ladies and gentlemen, it is an honor for me to address this August gathering at this second edition of the Nasarawa Investment Summit holding here in Lafia, Nasarawa State. First and foremost, I want to commend His Excellency Engineer A.A. Sule, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, for instituting this summit, which has become a beacon of progress and development, not only for the state, but for our beloved nation, because of the promise it holds as a successful model for investment mobilization by subnational entities. The Nasarawa Investment Summit is now a platform where visionary leaders in government and business, as well as passionate individuals, converge to explore avenues for economic growth, social empowerment, and sustainable development. It is therefore with great pleasure and anticipation that I look forward to the enlightening discussions and fruitful collaborations that will unfold during this significant event. The theme of this year's event, the Industrial Renaissance, clearly expresses the ambition of the state government in using the outcomes of this summit to unleash growth in targeted sectors, including manufacturing, mining, agriculture, and housing, where the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria operates. At the Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria, we firmly believe that inclusive growth and prosperity are achievable when we work together, leveraging our collective strengths and resources. In line with this belief, the bank has been a steadfast partner in facilitating access to affordable housing and mortgage financing across the country. In Nasarawa State specifically, our collaboration has yielded remarkable results, positively impacting the lives of many citizens. Through various schemes and initiatives, we have empowered individuals and families to realize their dream of home ownership, thereby enhancing socioeconomic stability and fostering community growth. Through the unwavering support of His Excellency Engineer A.A. Sule, who is providing focused leadership and upscaling the potentials available in Nasarawa State, we are playing a pivotal role in providing accessible mortgage financing solutions to residents of the state. The bank has financed more than 11 projects across different locations in the state, most of which have been completed and delivered. We have also disbursed 8.6 billion naira under our home renovation loan window to 7,845 individuals of Nasarawa State, while 105 National Housing Fund mortgage loan beneficiaries have also emerged as homeowners in the state under our rent-to-own scheme. The bank is also poised to provide mortgage financing for off-takers of completed housing units in the fast-growing Nasarawa Technology Village. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, at the groundbreaking ceremony of the 3,112 housing units at Karsana in Abuja, the President, Bola Ahmed Tinubu, made the public statement of his desire to turn Nigeria into a major construction site. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria provided a 100 billion naira off-taker guarantees to a consortium of developers in order to actualize this vision. We stand ready to provide opportunities such as off-taker guarantees to subnationals like Nasarawa State Government in order to drive this initiative, in order to create employment and grow the economy. We are therefore proud to be associated with this event, and we look to the future. The Federal Mortgage Bank of Nigeria remains committed to deepening our partnership with Nasarawa State and supporting its growth aspirations. In conclusion, Your Excellencies, I wish to commend again His Excellency Engineer A.A. Sule, the government and people of Nasarawa State for putting this together and ensuring the success of this important summit. I believe that quite a number of personalities in this hall today we probably have heard of Nasarawa State on the map of Nigeria, but due to the gracious initiatives of His Excellency Engineer A.A. Sule, who has decided to use his experience, his exposure, and his dexterity to expose Nasarawa State to the world, Nasarawa State can now talk to the world. On that note, Your Excellency, I would like to thank each and every one of you, and it's my pleasure to be here. Thank you.
Would like to thank the Managing Director of the Federal Mortgage Bank for your goodwill message. In case you're just joining us, this is the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024, and it's all about industrial renaissance. Would like to let you know that deals are going on in the deal room, and if you look up, you would see what is happening. I'd like to announce that an MOU has just been signed. It is with the Lee Group and the Nasarawa State government. What would they be doing? Sugarcane and all. There's rice, there's sugarcane production and processing. The amount, $200 million US. There's so much more going on. We have about 3 or so other deals going on which we would announce. At this point, I'd like to let you know that indeed Nasarawa State is on the rise, and we're meeting the aspirations of the people for industrial growth and prosperity. I'd therefore like to call on one of our distinguished senators, a son of the soil as well, distinguished Senator Aliyu Ahmed Wadada, representing Nasarawa West, to come and give us a goodwill message. His Excellency, the first executive governor of Nasarawa State, most distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, declined and said, well, since he wouldn't speak, Senator Wadada would be the one to give a keynote speech coming from the heart of one of our own sons as well. So Senator Wadada would give us a keynote speech. He would give us a goodwill message, and then we would call on the representative of the vice president and also announce more deals that are being struck in the deal room. Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024, Industrial Renaissance.
the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Ahmed Bola Tinubu, ably represented by my sister, who doubles as the Minister of Trade and Investment, the Vice President of the Federal Republic, Senator Kashim Shettima, ably represented by my own brother, the former Minister of FCT, Aliyu Modibo, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, the engineer of modern Nasarawa State, my elder brother, Engineer A.A. Sule, and your deputy, members of the National Assembly, members of the Federal Executive Council, distinguished citizens of Nigeria and indigents of Nasarawa State, I say very good afternoon to all of us. I am indeed humbled and honored to be given the opportunity to talk, because this is not a political forum. It is an investment forum. But every human endeavor depends on the political power. Political power determines all other powers. For the political power we have today in Nasarawa State, we commend you, sir. What are we talking here? We are talking resources. We are talking governance, which encompasses political will. And of course, we are talking investment and the well-being of the people. Nasarawa State is endowed. It is one thing for an environment to be endowed and a different thing altogether for the endowment to be really exploited. For the government of Nasarawa State, the government has been very responsive, and that is why we are today not holding the first investment summit, but the second, which is tagged as industrial renaissance. That means industrial rebirth. And for you to rebirth, that means there must have been birth. And so it is worthy of commendation on the side of the state government vis-a-vis Nasarawa State Investment body. You are equally commended. But permit me to say that so far, all that have been talked about have been around and about two things. Mining and agriculture. But Nasarawa State is not confined to mining and agriculture. There are other sectors that Nasarawa State equally possesses potentials that investors should come into. Hospitality. Hospitality is a very viable and bankable investment vehicle. Imagine the number of guests we received from day before yesterday to today, and possibly tomorrow. If you do not have places to accommodate such a number, of course it doesn't speak well. And Nasarawa State is equally possesses potentials in tourism, which of course the same government of Engineer A.A. Sule, in collaboration or partnership with the federal government, has gone fully into seeing to fruition the Farinlua waterfalls, development of Farinlua waterfalls. Again, what we should also live here with, all that has happened and will continue and shall continue to happen is got to do with education. Without education, nothing really tangible will be achieved in the aspect of economic growth and development. Nasarawa State is known for education. The second secondary school in northern Nigeria is in Nasarawa State, the famous government college, Kefi. Nasarawa State University, established during the days of the political father of the state. You know, Nasarawa State has a political father. It has the architect of modern Nasarawa. We have the engineer of modern Nasarawa. We then need to have somebody that will consolidate political, architectural, and engineering. So in the educational sector, investors are also welcome. Nasarawa State Government, Nasarawa State University is doing so very well that it's posed challenge to the governor that established the university to have gone to establish another private university, which is Phoenix University in Aguada. We congratulate you, sir. My fellow citizens of Nigeria and indigenes of Nasarawa State. Political will is only achievable when and if a government is responsive. Nasarawa State government today, by the establishment of the lithium processing plant, is being responsive to what obtains globally green energy. And by so doing, investors have come in, the plant has been established, but corporate social responsibility should and must be adhered to. For every investor that comes to Nasarawa State, please, we beg of you, we have the capacity, we have the potentials, we are ready, but when you come to invest, remember the indigenes of the state as far as corporate social responsibility is concerned. I thank you.
Thank you very much, sir. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, just quick observation, something that I observed just sitting back. I observed that without any need to rouse the applause, when the deal was mentioned, the signing of the deal worth $200 million, there was a loud applause. And it just takes me back to one of the easiest words to learn in every language, money. You may not speak Hausa fluently, but you know what kudi means. You may not speak Igbo, but you know what ego means. Yoruba language, Owo, when it is said, you understand what it is. And what I'm delighted about is that our investors and other stakeholders are putting their money where their mouth is, and that the governor is leading this drive for development of the state. Please, a round of applause for His Excellency the Governor, as well as for all the stakeholders who are a part of this. Without further ado, I'd like to invite for his special remarks, His Excellency, the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Kashim Shettima GCON. He's represented today by the former Minister of FCT and Special Advisor to the President on General Duties, Office of the Vice President. Please put your hands together for Dr. Aliyu Modibo Umar. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you very much. Thank you. Have a seat. Your Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, Senator Bola Ahmed Tinubu, ably represented by dynamic Minister of Trade, Industry and Investment, Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State, Excellency, the elder statesman of Nigeria and our father, Raji Abdullahi Adamu, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I want to start by expressing the sincere apologies of His Excellency, Vice President Kashim Shettima, JON, His Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State, and indeed the good people of Nasarawa State for not gracing this occasion physically, because today he is undertaking an assignment that his boss, our leader, the President, has given to him, flag off this year's 2024 Hajj during Nkebi. So he dispatched me to just make few remarks, not a whole lot, 2 or 3 sentences, say that his brother and friend, Excellency, the Governor of Nasarawa State, that you are doing extremely well, and he is very proud of your achievement. Your Excellency, for me, before I conclude, I must chip in a little bit in my capacity, and I don't think he will mind if I say that I was extremely delighted when I came into Nasarawa yesterday, and I am glad I took the decision of coming and spending the night here, because the last time I was in Lafia was when a brother of mine was the military administrator, Wing Commander Abdullahi Ibrahim. It was a long time ago. So I was telling His Excellency this morning, I said, unbelievable. I thought Gombe State was doing extremely well because we were created together on the same day, but I didn't know that Nasarawa State, I think, I will tell my governor that Nasarawa has overtaken us. Thank you, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, and we look forward to more prosperity for this state and the entire country, Nigeria. Thank you very much.
We'd like to thank His Excellency, representing the Vice President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria. I'd like to specially recognize the presence of Prince Adeyemi Adeniran, the Statistician General of the Federation, and he's also the CEO of the Nigeria Bureau of Statistics. We actually just spoke to him just late last night, and he was able to be here amongst so many other people that have graciously accepted to be part of this event. His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule came into office with a living document called the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy, NEDS. And that's been navigating the economic plan of what's been achieved in Nasarawa State. And within the last 5 years, he's been able to pull the state from the backwaters of being an agrarian state which had vast potentials to the very forefront of being amongst the topmost, 5 topmost, in fact, 3 topmost, most competitive states in this country, and the new investment frontier of Nigeria. The mantra of this administration is simple: exceeding all expectations. It's my singular honor and privilege to invite His Excellency, the Executive Governor of Nasarawa State, unfolding his plans and vision to bring not only wealth and prosperity to Nasarawa State, but also to secure the future of generations unborn. His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi A. Sule.
أعوذ بالله من الشيطان الرجيم بسم الله الرحمن الرحيم
Your Excellency, our leader, the President and Commander-in-Chief of the Armed Forces of Federal Republic of Nigeria, Asiwaju Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, every represented actually by our sister, but that already call you sister, so I would also join in calling you our sister, the Honorable Minister of Industries, Dr. Doris Nkiruka Uzoka Anite. Your Excellency, the Vice President, Senator Kashim Shettima, who is also ably represented by the former Minister of FCT and his Special Advisor on Special Duties, Aliyu Modibo. Your Excellency, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe. Your Excellency, the former and the first Governor of Nasarawa State, distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu Turakin Kefi. The Right Honorable Speaker, Nasarawa State House of Assembly and other members, the Chief Judge, His Excellency, the former governors, the former ministers who are here. I'm trying to rush, and so for that reason, I will have to stand for the first time on existing protocol because we are live, and I'm trying to make sure we get the President to speak before it goes off. So it is indeed with a sense of fulfillment that I address you here today on the occasion of the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024, which is taking place right here in Lafia, the state capital of Nasarawa State. Let me specifically welcome His Excellency Bola Ahmed Tinubu GCFR, the President Commander-in-Chief, and his Vice, Senator Kashim Shettima, both of them ably represented. Similarly, I welcome all the other excellencies, the ministers and former ministers, captains of industries, and so many of you actually numerous to mention. In the same vein, I need to also show great appreciation to the representatives of the guest speakers and also the guest speaker herself, the Deputy Secretary General of the United Nations, as well as Dr. Adeshina Akinwumi CON, the President of the African Development Bank. I also sincerely show great appreciation to my dear elder brother who left all the way from the United States, Professor Pat Otomi, in order to be here for this event. Prof, I want to show great appreciation to you for doing everything you are doing for Nigeria. Indeed, we are honored to have you all, and I see so many of our own investors. Some of them have spoken to you, a lot of them have not spoken to you, and a lot of them are sitting quietly. I also want to show great appreciation to you. I must acknowledge our most cherished investors and other development partners who are here to be part of this auspicious occasion. I have no doubt that the coming together of these distinguished and eminent personalities will no doubt offer us the opportunities to continue to map the future of our state as far as the economic landscape is concerned. The future remains ours, and we are relentless when it comes to Nasarawa State. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it is pertinent to remind you that Nasarawa State organized a similar edition in 2022 under the theme Diamond in the Rough, the making of new investment frontier, which was aimed at ushering investment and showcasing our mineral resources to potential investors. I'm happy to state that the outcome of the summit informed the influx of so many investors that had come into Nasarawa State for the various areas. And at this moment, I want to thank the organizers and sincerely show great appreciation to Ibrahim Abdullahi, the MD of NASIDA, of all his young people who have continued to show good things for Nasarawa State. Interestingly, the recently commissioned Avatar New Energy Minerals Company Limited in Nasarawa State, in Nasarawa local government by Mr. President, the Asgard Mining and Processing Plant in Karu, which I actually commissioned, the Nasarawa Technology Village, which was commissioned by my dear brother, the Governor of Borno State, Professor Zulum. All of them are numerous investments that are being carried out in the state and they are well informed by the outcome of the summit that we conducted in the year 2022. It is also heartwarming to state that the federal government commissioned the spot-in of the Ebenyi A oil well in Obi local government area of the state. The discovery of the oil hydrocarbons and its subsequent exploration and exploitation will further boost the economic prosperity of our dear country and put Nasarawa State among the committee of the oil-producing states in the country. I therefore call on investors in the oil and gas sector as well to continue to show great interest in the oil and gas activities going on in Nasarawa State. As a matter of fact, today is for agriculture and mining. Tomorrow is dedicated to oil and gas, and the keynote speaker is going to be my dear brother, Mele Kyari, the group CEO of that. To ensure full utilization of our potentials, we have pledged to sustain the investment summit in order to further showcase other solid minerals resources which are yet to be identified by interested parties. This is why the theme of this year's summit is deliberately coined the Industrial Renaissance, having built some of the key fundamentals required to drive the industrial agenda and present other minerals to our dear investors. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, the staging of the 2024 Investment Summit will further expand our existing pathways to leverage on the industrial, agricultural, and mining sectors towards enhancing inclusive and sustainable wealth creation and economic prosperity. It is therefore a point to state that Nasarawa, we have been deliberate in stimulating our economy, building human capacities, creating wealth, and generating employment opportunities to our people. It is for this reason that we have adopted our policy document, Christian, the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy, as a driving force towards initiation and implementation of the various programs and policies which we have achieved so far. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I must acknowledge that with the assemblage of all the people that we see here today, especially our resource persons and the various investors, and the top of the country, Mr. President and the Vice President, as well as the topics that have been discussed, I believe that the outcome of this summit will go a very long way towards actualizing our dream of industrializing Nasarawa State and position it as a leading champion in the country. Before I conclude this address, let me once again commend Mr. President and Mr. Vice President and all our other distinguished invitees for what you have done in order to continue to promote our state. At this juncture, let me always call on our development partners to continue to invest in Nasarawa State with a view to open the frontiers of economic prosperity. Nasarawa is ready for business, and Nasarawa is ready for you. Thank you, and may God continue to bless you.
Thank you, Your Excellency. Visionaire, Chief Host, Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. We can do another applause, ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies. Thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's now time for the presidential address. Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellency, His Excellency, the President of the Federal Republic of Nigeria, President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, GCFR, is represented today by the Honorable Minister of Industry, Trade and Investment, Dr. Doris Zoka Anite. Please let's give a round of applause as we welcome His Excellency to the podium.
President, Senator Kashim Shettima, ably represented by his special advisor to the President, Special former Minister of the Federal Capital Territory, Senator Aliyu Odibo, the Governor of Nasarawa State, His Excellency Engineer Abdullahi Sule, the Deputy Governor of Nasarawa State, Dr. Emmanuel Akabe, Distinguished Senator Ahmed Aliyu Wadada, the former Governor of Nasarawa State, and the former Chairman of APC, Senator Adamu Abdullahi, Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, former Minister of State Police Affairs, Hajia Iman Suleiman Ibrahim, members of the Federal Executive Council, members of the National Assembly, members of the State Executive Council, captains of industries, MD CEOs, traditional rulers who are present here, special invited guests, gentlemen of the press, ladies and gentlemen, please also permit me to stand on existing protocol, just in case I missed anyone. I can see a lot of gentlemen and ladies here. It's actually my honor to be here to represent His Excellency, who is very passionate about industrial development, and especially his support for seeing states, subnationals, rising up like Nasarawa State. And he also asked me to extend his apologies for not being physically present. Summit, the Nasarawa State Investment Summit 2024, themed Industrial Renaissance, is a summit that marks a significant milestone in the state's journey towards economic transformation. Industrial Renaissance is not just a theme, but it is a call to action. It is a recognition that our industries are the backbone of our economy, and that we must revitalize and continue to reinvigorate them to drive the growth and development of our nation. Nasarawa State is called the home of solid minerals because it is known for its rich deposits of solid minerals such as tin, columbite, quartz, and a lot of others. It has immense potential for industrial growth with its strategic location, its natural resources, and its skilled workforce. Let me therefore commend the vision of His Excellency, Engineer Abdullahi Abdu Sule, ON, for taking action towards creating a thriving industrial ecosystem that attracts investment, creates jobs, and stimulates innovation. I also want to mention and praise his encouraging efforts in implementing policies and programs that foster a business-friendly environment, investment in infrastructure, and promoting value addition in key sectors such as agriculture, mining, and energy. Last week, Nasarawa State celebrated a significant milestone with the launch of a 4,000-ton per day lithium processing plant, a testament to allure for investment. This achievement underscores the state's reputation as an investment destination and its dedication to providing an enabling business environment. I therefore urge other states to emulate Nasarawa's example by intensifying efforts to attract investment. Initiatives like this investment summit are pivotal in showcasing the vast opportunities awaiting investors across all sectors of the Nigerian economy. Nigeria is truly proud of Nasarawa State, particularly for the strides it has taken within the mining sector. This state has shown great vision in ensuring that their vast lithium deposits are developed and processed, ensuring that raw materials are not exported out of this country without any value addition, in line with the renewed hope agenda of Mr. President. Lithium is the future, and its future is very electrifying. Manufacturers continue to produce cars, trucks powered by lithium batteries rather than fossil fuels. Therefore, we as a country prepare for this by ensuring we take full advantage of the global demand in lithium by developing even more processing plants in Nasarawa and across other states that are rich in and in Nigeria as a whole, while also sustainably developing our lithium deposits. The federal government will continue to actively put measures in place to support the sustainable development of the mining sector to catalyze local and foreign investment. Our government is unequivocally business-friendly, as evidenced by Mr. President's unwavering support for initiatives like the ongoing federal government loans and grants scheme, specifically tailored to bolster micro, small, and medium enterprises. It is in recognition of the critical role of the industrial sector in the growth and development of the national economy that government, through the Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment, has continued to implement laudable programs and projects aimed at supporting small and medium enterprises are the engines of economic growth. These initiatives include access to finance, training and capacity building, as well as improving and increasing market access and linkages. Furthermore, given Nasarawa State's strategic location and abundant resources, we are pleased that Nasarawa State is taking steps to drive industrial growth, as it is only industrialized nations that can take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Area. The African Continental Free Trade Area mandates African nations to compete for market share, thus underscoring the paramount importance of improving productivity for the Nigerian economy. By having more manufacturers and processing plants, similar to the recently launched Avatar Energy lithium plant. As we embark on this journey, it is imperative to recognize the transformative potential of AFTA, which will fundamentally shape our business environment and practices. Soft infrastructure such as policies and regulations, as well as incentives to promote manufacturing, are just as vital as physical infrastructures like roads, electricity, and other logistics. Therefore, we as a nation and government are intensifying our efforts to lower the cost of doing business and empowering our local manufacturers to excel in this evolving trade landscape, so we may truly take advantage of the African Continental Free Trade Agreement as a rapidly industrialized nation. To provide a sustainable framework for the implementation of these initiatives, the Federal Ministry of Industry, Trade and Investment developed and launched the first ever Nigerian Investment Policy 2023 to 2027 and the Trade Policy of Nigeria 2023 to 2027. These two policies, which were approved by the Federal Executive Council, provide a comprehensive roadmap for boosting Nigeria's domestic investment climate, facilitating macroeconomic stability, restoring international confidence, and boosting the living standards of the citizens. Specifically, the trade policy of Nigeria addresses the prevailing challenges and promotes a competitive trade-enabling environment that brings Nigeria back to a sustainable path of economic growth and development. These documents will serve as an investment guide and as an investment and trade guide for the country in the next 5 years. The federal government, therefore, envisages that state governors and other stakeholders can leverage the provision and guidance of the Nigerian investment policy and the trade policy of Nigeria to develop their local economy, they trade at the domestic level, boost bilateral, regional, and multilateral engagement while promoting e-commerce. To achieve this, government at the subnational levels must deliberately encourage and implement policies and programs that, one, foster a business-friendly environment with sound regulations and incentives. Foster policies and programs that improve investment in infrastructure, in transportation networks, energy, and digital connectivity. 3, support small and medium-sized enterprises, access to finance, training and market linkages. 4, promote public-private partnerships to drive investment and innovation. And 5, foster a culture of entrepreneurship and innovation through initiatives such as incubators, accelerators, and innovation hubs. Your Excellencies, I am therefore pleased that in line with these expectations and the renewed hope agenda of the federal government, Nasarawa State is taking great strides to improve its business environment, making Nasarawa State one of Nigeria's preferred investment destination and trade hub. The intention of the federal government, but all states of the federation, helping them to promote their significant potential across all sectors of the economy, particularly in agriculture and solid minerals, where Nasarawa State remains the envy of many states. And as I congratulate Your Excellency, Governor Abdullahi Sule and Nasarawa State, may you continue to attract investment into Nasarawa State within these sectors through numerous initiatives, such as this wonderful investment summit. I am very delighted to be a part of. And I also look forward to learning more about the transformational advances being made in industrializing Nasarawa State. Your Excellency, ladies and gentlemen, on behalf of His Excellency President Bola Ahmed Tinubu, it is my pleasure to declare this summit open and to extend an invitation to potential investors at this summit to take advantage of the vast investment opportunities and incentives available within these different sectors in Nasarawa State and indeed the wider Nigerian economy. Thank you very much. God bless Nasarawa and God bless the Nigerian economy. Thank you.
We thank Mr. President. We thank the Honorable Minister for Trade, the very honorable, very noble Dr. Doris Uzoka Anite. Can we give her again a rousing round of applause? Thank you so very much. Thank you, and thank you, thank you. Your Excellencies, this presidential speech that we've listened to effectively brings us to lunchtime. At this point, the President of the Federal Republic here, ably represented by the Honorable Minister for Trade, the Minister will lead a few of the VVIPs to the deal room. His Excellency will follow in tow. Later on, everyone else, we can go there, but it's the deal room. It's a very tiny room. Would rise for the national anthem, would go to the deal room, and then go for lunch before the second session continues. So a few people would escort the President and His Excellency, the Governor, to the deal room. The people that would be there would be the Statistician General, Professor Otomi, most distinguished Senator Abdullahi Adamu, Senator Wadada, Dr. Faisal Shahab, the Chief Judge, the Speaker of the Nasarawa State House of Assembly, and some of our co-investors that NASIDA will provide. So can we kindly rise and take the national anthem, and then we would go with the President into the deal room. And would like to let you know that after lunch, the program goes on. There would also be cocktail later in the evening, but of course we have more proceedings. Thank you very much. We will remain seated. Would also like to invite the chairman of the state APC to kindly please join them in this small entourage. You can network and sit back and watch the video we've slated for you here.
Ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, it's time for lunch. And lunch is being served outside. The ushers are happy to guide. Once you exit the hall, you go to your left. The ushers are happy to guide you to the serving point. We're supposed to resume back by 2:45 p.m. to continue conversations. Just to remind you, when we come back, we have the MSME challenge. That is something that you want to participate in. So 2:45 p.m., Your Excellencies, ladies and gentlemen, we reconvene after lunch. Thank you.
There's also another industrial park here as well, the Future Economy Park, which is a private sector industrial park, 1,500 acres. And again, that's another thing to talk about.
Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, can we please come back into the hall and take our seats as we get ready for the MSME challenge? Your Excellency, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, thank you. Your Excellencies, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, please let's come back into the hall so that we can begin the MSME challenge. For all our guests that are already here and are seated, thank you so much. We'll begin shortly. Please let's take our seat. I'd invite the speakers who are coming next and everyone who is participating in the challenge to please get ready. The challenge will begin shortly. Please let's take our seat, ladies and gentlemen. We'd like to begin shortly. Thank you.
year. I also served as the lead of the MSME Challenge of the Nasarawa Investment 2020. I love to think that when God created Nasarawa State, very intentional about putting us in the middle, center of it all, because we have the natural resources, but boundless potential. And then we have the people that have founded business, our MSMEs, that cut across various sectors, from agriculture to education, pharmaceutical to fashion. Who are the engines that drive entrepreneurship, innovation, and the growth of our economy? To drive this conversation further, I would love to invite to the stage Aisha Iya, a transaction advisor at NACIDA, to engage in a fireside chat on the role of MSMEs, the industrialization of Nasarawa, with a management consultant, and operational improvement, the management consultant, and an operational improvement, Dr. Dipo Awoji.
Okay. Um, Good afternoon, everyone. For people sitting behind, can you just come forward so the hall looks less empty? If you can do us that favor. If you're sat behind, please come forward. I know you're full, I know you've eaten, but can you please just come forward? There's a lot of space in front. So we can see your lovely faces. The lovely people on that side, can you please come forward? One stand. Okay, let's begin. Thank you so much for coming forward. Thank you so much for being here and for returning to the hall after eating lunch. I know everyone is tired, so we're going to make this very short and very quick. My name is Aisha Iya Abubakar, and we're here to hold a fireside chat that focuses on MSMEs in Nasarawa State. We understand that a lot of businesses in the state are SMEs, petty traders, small restaurants, small businesses. So how do these businesses contribute to the state? What is their impact in the state, and how do they contribute to this summit? So this entire session is focused on small businesses within the state, for us to understand how to create an enabling environment, how to support small businesses, and what role they have to play within the economy, within our industrialization drive, and so I'd allow Mr. Dipo to introduce himself. Thank you very much.
Hi. Okay, good afternoon once again, everybody. My name is Dr. Dipo Awojide. I am a senior consultant, operational improvement in the aerospace, defense, and security industry in the UK. So that's my day job. That's what I do from 9 to 5 p.m. My night job is a human capital strategist. So I focus mainly on education, skills development, and basically promoting small businesses and MSMEs.
Thank you very much. So just to get the audience to be involved, how many of you guys have small businesses in the crowd? Like, who owns a small business?
Okay, so for all of the folks there who have raised up their hand with small businesses, you want to move forward so we can actually engage you better.
A small business. Would you like to tell us about your business? We want you to be as involved as we are. We don't just want to talk to you. So who has a small business? Can you raise your hand?
Yeah. So do you want to move forward? Do you want to move forward?
The lady in green. Hello. The lady in green with the black scarf. What's your small business about? I don't have a mic, but can you? A livestock market. So we have someone that has a livestock market in the crowd. Any other person wants to tell us what they're doing? The man in the red hat. We have a fashion designer in the house. Is there any other person? The man in white. Sorry, I can't hear you. Data science. So he has a data science agency. So for everyone that has spoken, this session is essentially for you. What can Nasarawa State offer you, and what can you offer us? So the first question, Mr. What do you think the role of MSMEs are within the innovation drive? People always see small businesses they're small, they're insignificant. But what is their position within industrialization? Thank you.
Yeah, so I mean, every country and every subnational or every state, needs, small, micro, small, and medium enterprises, to actually succeed. If Nasarawa State wants to, reduce the poverty level within the state and also, create wealth, create jobs, MSMEs are very, very important in achieving, those objectives. Basically because MSMEs are engines of growth. Large businesses, industrialized companies, large manufacturing enterprises are very, very important, but so are small-scale enterprises.
Okay. According to Smedan, about more than 60% of the businesses in Nigeria are small and medium-sized businesses, ranging from petty trading, POS businesses, food chains, etc. So how do we ensure we can have an enabling environment that allows these small businesses to become bigger? Like, the way the Chinese story goes, industrialization was pursued by small companies that started making semiconductors, started making screens. How do we foster innovation and allow them to grow?
Yeah, so first of all, in a state like Nasarawa State, it would actually be very nice for the state government to give, grants to young people. Besides giving grants, the state government can also give loans to young people. The state government can, create training programs, for small businesses, for micro enterprises, create, tech hubs, fashion designing hubs, and basically, do other things to inspire and motivate young people, to actually stay within the state, because, I know with you have FCT 2 hours or 2 hours, 30 minutes a day. It will definitely attract a lot of young people away from Nasarawa State. But if the government can actually create that environment here, by creating these hubs for, MSMEs, creating training programs for MSMEs, and also giving grants. So a grant of 500,000 naira, for example, 5,000 young people in Nasarawa State will go a long way in helping, to transform the state. And for young people as well, when you get that grant, please don't go and look for a second wife or, go and, blow that money doing something else.
I think that was brilliantly answered, and I think that brings us to the point that we just opened the Nasarawa Technology. This is just advertising. We just opened the Nasarawa Technology Village, which is a housing and technology hub specifically focused at young people. So if you imagine a UTC or a telephone village, but then put housing in there, put accelerated technology education in there, put the ability to create products, be it GSM phones, be it solar panel generators, whatever it is. So that is what the NTV is. And I think that brings me to the last question. We have a lot of SMEs, startups, right, that build in isolation. They build without an understanding of the global market. They build without even an understanding of the Nigerian market. How can Nasarawa State ensure that our startup scene and our SME scene isn't just growing in isolation with little business people? Exactly.
Yeah, so once again, it's about creating, those hubs, isn't it? So that young people are not just doing stuff in isolation without having a good understanding of the market near to them. So for example, someone who does fashion designing, you can actually have customers as far as Abuja, as far as Suleja in Niger State or Bida in Niger State. You can have customers as far as Jos, as far as Kaduna, as far as Makurdi in Benue State. And all you need is to do your fashion business and someone else does transportation, isn't it? So if there's that cluster, again, it's about training, it's about creating awareness, it's about availability of information for young people, and all of this can be done alongside funding from the state government. So everything basically rests on funding, but of course on mentoring, on coaching young people, and providing them with the information they need to grow and scale their small businesses.
Thank you very much, Mr. Dipo. I think, if I remember, the last MSME challenge that was held in 2022, we had a particular company called Skula who won and is currently competing at GITEX in Morocco, I think on the 24th of May. So that shows that when you know exactly what you're trying to build and you're very strategic and intentional and aggressive, you're able to build within a wider community of tech creators. The young man is from Nasarawa State. His name evades me, but he recently raised $100,000 from the MasterCard Tech Education Fund. So that just shows that you can build something in the state, register your company in the state, operate in the state while serving customers outside the state and still build globally. For the remaining 3 minutes that we have, do we have any questions from the audience on MSMEs, enabling environments in the state? And Mr. Dipo is also a strategist, he's a consultant. Is there anything you'd like to ask him just to pick his head? The fashion designers in the room, the people with tech products in the room. Does anybody have a question that would like to put towards Mr. Dipo within this fireside chat? I see any hands. Okay, there's one over there. How do I get to hear your question? That's the question. Is there a mic moving? There's a mic that can move? Okay, there's one. Thank you, Doctor. Yes, what's your question? You can give us your name, your business, and your question.
I'm Umar Ibrahim Modo.
Thank you, Umar.
I'm a poultry farmer, mini poultry farmer. It's not just a question, but just an inquiry pertaining the SMS, that's the competition. Seriously, we are trying to apply for that competition, but indefinitely we discover that organizers of the Nasarawa Investment Summit have closed the opportunity. If there is any chance or any opportunity again for them even to give a grace of 6 or 5 hours for us to complete our participation to be part of the small and medium business competition that we held tomorrow. Because we think 2023 it was massive and makes impacts by giving a small grant by the Nasarawa State government. And it's kudos to the government of Nasarawa State and the CEDA particularly, Nasarawa State. But this, my request is can the organizers give a small room for the sharp, small and business enterprise to get in? Thank you.
Right. Thank you so much, Mr. Omar. Do we have any other questions? Crowd, we have someone over there. So while the mic is traveling to you, yeah, okay, I would answer Mr. Omar's question. Oh, okay. Okay, go ahead.
Okay, my question is, why is it so hard to acquire a grant, even after teaching people or training them? Then it's so hard to actually get it. I don't know why that problem.
I mean, it might be because the grant is very competitive. So you might actually have done all that is needed of you, but there might be some other people who have, better applications, than you, or who have, more innovative, or solution-oriented, small-scale businesses other than you. So sometimes, this is no shade on you at all. Sometimes we don't submit very good, outputs, or we don't make very good applications. But other times you make very good applications, but someone else might just edge you over it. My recommendation to you is not to give up. But if there's any other grant you want to apply for, get a coach, get a mentor, get someone to take a second look at it, give you some recommendations on how to improve it, and hopefully that would help you.
If I can add to answer, I think most times grants are about the narrative telling about your business. There are things about the structure of your business, but also the story you're telling. So if you feel like you're unsuccessful with grants, then it's about going back and looking at the problem you're trying to fix, the story you're telling, and if you're telling it in an effective manner. So that's what I'll say. But ultimately, for Mr. Umar, just because our time is about to run out, unfortunately, you would just have to compete for the next MSME challenge during the next Nasarawa Investment Summit. I apologize. And we're very happy that we have even poultry farmers applying for the MSME challenge, because agriculture is very important to the state. But we have strict deadlines because we need to manage the applications, manage competition activities like mentoring and coaching and other things. I'm sure if you engage with NASIDA, they'll be able to fit you into other mentoring sessions and any other grants that may come up within the organization. But for the MSME challenge right now, I don't think there's an opening because it's about to start in the next 10 minutes. I hope that helps, and I sincerely apologize. I will be leaving, actually. Right? Okay. Yeah, so I will be leaving the stage for the MSME challenge. We have about 5 innovative businesses in Nasarawa State that are going to come on and pitch. They'll tell us their story, they'll showcase their product, and we'll be here to experience everything and also judge. Thank you so much for this opportunity. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much for the insightful fireside chat. Quickly, we'll move into the next session, which is the MSME competition proper. Now, before we go into that, let me give you a quick background as to what has happened for those who are joining here physically or virtually. Ahead of this competition, there was a pre-selection stage where 17 people emerged, after the pre-selection stage. These 17 people went on to contend, and they pitched on X, that's former Twitter. The judges selected them based on the viability of their businesses. And so today we are left with 5 contenders, and they're going to be contending for the prizes that is going to be carted away today. The prizes are going to be carted away, and we're talking about monetary prizes as well as opportunities to get business development. So, ladies and gentlemen, without further ado, I'd like to invite to the stage our judges. One of them is already on stage, Dr. Dikpo Awojide. And I'm going to invite very quickly Yemisi Ishidi, co-founder Thrift Africa. Please join us on stage. A round of applause for our judges as I call them quickly. Dr. Lanre Phillips, CEO LP Consults, represented by Mr. Richardson Ojeka. Aisha Sambo, CEO Shushi. We also have Abubakar Akan, Director of Investment, Ministry of Trade and Commerce. So our judges, please let's give our judges a round of applause. They're going to be deciding who gets to walk away with the prizes. All right, so judges are invited to come take stage. And as soon as they are settled, we're going to invite the contenders, the top 5 contenders, and they're going to pitch. Each contender has 3 minutes each. 3 minutes for each contender. All right, so 3 minutes each, and I'm going to invite all the people who are pitching to just come forward so that it's easier. You walk to the stage easy when you're called. Now, the first person I'm going to invite, please let's celebrate all these businesses because it takes a lot of courage for you to come forward to pitch. First person is the CEO, Get Well Innovation, Aminu Ashidu Danjuma. So the timer is going to be there, and then 3 minutes. As soon as the timer is done, or as soon as your time is over, kindly step away from the stage. Good luck.
Hi, my name is Aminu Hashidu Danjuma, and I am the founder and chief executive officer at Get Well Innovations, a digital marketplace for essential medicines. When I graduated from pharmacy school, I worked in hospitals and community pharmacies. It was there I saw firsthand the problems that people face when they need essential medicines. They have to walk long distance, join long queue, pay high prices, or sometimes they have to deal with counterfeit and expired products. It is so sad that majority of young pharmacists that graduate would not want to work in rural community, further creating the gap to access to essential medicines. So I said to myself, there had to be a better way, a way to leverage on technology and innovations to make medicine accessible, affordable, and convenient for everyone. And that is why I created Get Well Innovations, a tech-proven platform that enables patients and community pharmacies to search and order the medicines they want and get it delivered to their doorsteps within hours. We provide pharmaceutical care services, like where you can speak with an online pharmacist and streamline medication logistics. The pharmaceutical industry in Nigeria is huge and it's growing. It was estimated to be over $4 billion in 2020, with a cumulative annual growth rate of 9.1%. The market in northern Nigeria alone estimated at $2.6 billion, with our serviceable addressable market estimated at $260 million, and our serviceable optimal market estimated at $26 million annually. We target 3 categories of customers: the mail order patients, the walk-in patients, and community pharmacies. Our competitions include hospital pharmacies, community pharmacies, and online pharmacies. However, we have a unique value proposition that sets us apart from them. We are fast, we are reliable, we are convenient, and we are local. In addition to that, we have a tech-proven platform that works seamlessly on iOS and Android device. Furthermore, we have a team of credible individuals that can execute our vision. I hold a bachelor's degree in pharmacy. I'm a Mandela Washington Fellow for Leadership in Business from Northwestern University, New Jersey. And my chief technology officer have over 10 years experience working as a software engineer and developer. Since we launched, we've been able to reach 3,122 patients and have delivered over 20,000 medicines in the state of Nasarawa, Niger, Sokoto, Kaduna, and Abuja. We charge 5% for business-to-business purchase and take 30% from our community pharmacy partners. We also take 10% commission for giving logistic companies job to do, and we are here to ask for this grant to enable us transition from 7 community pharmacies to 25 in the next 1 year. 30% of this money would also be used to test a prototype. Thank you very much. Thank you, that's the end actually.
Right, that's the alarm that is triggered once the time is up. Oh, please, a round of applause. Takes a lot of courage to come and pitch to us. Next, we have the CEO, Rab Livestock, Aisha Riwanu.
Hello, good evening. My name is
City. I'm a chemical engineer. I'm passionate about making a difference through innovative business solutions. I'm thrilled to introduce to you Grab Livestock, where we're revolutionizing livestock trading in Africa. In Nigeria and Africa at large, and across Africa, inefficient traditional livestock trading practices have led to unfair pricing for farmers and which led to unfair pricing for farmers and limited market access, resulting in income instability and economic challenges. According to FOA, the livestock industry is worth 30 trillion naira, of which it contributes 1.7 to Nigerian GDP. Yet farmers struggle to access markets due to lack of transparency and middlemen. At Grab, what we do is simple. We connect local livestock vendors to a wide range of customers through our digital platform. Our products, we have the vendor app and the customer app. The customer app is the one you can just simply go through and then shop for your livestock from different vendors. Vendor dashboard to manage your listing, and then the customer interface to shop for your livestock. We also integrate the payment platform. Our traction, Grab Livestock was launched on the 1st of October, and in these 6 months of operation, managed to make sales of over 60 million naira. We've also registered over 300 vendors, local livestock vendors across Nasarawa, FCT, Kano, and Jigawa. We've made revenue of 2.1 million naira and sold over 6,000 livestock ranging from cow, goats, chicken, and turkey. Our total attainable market is 30 trillion naira. Our serviceable available market is 3 trillion naira. Our direct competitors are Livestock 247, AgriHub, Livestock Kenya. Our competitive advantage is we prioritize transparency, trust, and we empower those local livestock vendors. Our business model, we take commission from each transaction, and then we take delivery commission and also premium listing. Our team consists of myself, I'm a developer, and Olufemi, who happens to be an investment banker. Our journey is just beginning. With your support, we can scale our operation and expand our impacts to other states. Thank you very much.
All right. So she said, I'm not going to allow that alarm. Come on. So 6 seconds to the end of it, she wrapped up her presentation. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen. Next, the CEO of Connected, Usman Ramalan. A round of applause.
Hello, Nasarawa. How many of us here have mobile phones? How many of us here struggled to get reliable information? Both questions have similar answers. I know, most especially for the people in rural areas. Now, the digital divide in the country is enormous, and it leaves millions of people offline, therefore causing a hard life for them and making them make uninformed decisions. Consider the case of Malam Isiaku, who during the COVID in 2020 lost his son due to a very dangerous rumor about bleach ingestion. Connected bridges this information gap. We are an SMS-based platform that uses modern technology in delivering reliable information directly to mobile phones without the need of internet access. Basically, Connected is an SMS-based AI.
Malem Isiaku will have been saved with an SMS gateway that ensures it reaches him no matter his location or kind of phone. It will give him an interactive platform that will answer his questions, which ensures trust and personalizes learning. The market is huge, with over 121 million Nigerians out of internet, and 87.7% Nigerians connected to mobile connections. We stand out because we offer multilingual support. We only partner with trusted organizations, and we offer our partners with data insights. We have a functional MVP, and we have attended JICA's incubation, and we also won awards like 2023 Digital Nigeria Innovators Hackathon. Our business model is B to B to C, or B to government to consumers. And we charge organizations like NGOs and governments for SMS replies and for broadcasts sent to consumers. We are asking for the sum of 10 million naira to expand our market.
Thank you very much. Up next, we have the CEO, NutriFoods, Dahir Hamad Babanlugu. Please, a round of applause.
Good afternoon, all. My name is Dahir Ahmad, and I'm the founder and CEO of Ahmad and Associates, producers of NutriFoods. NutriFoods basically formulate as well as produce nutritional products for the prevention and treatment of malnutrition, especially among vulnerable populations. According to 2021 Mixed Indicator Cluster Survey, malnutrition accounts for about 11% global burden of disease and contribute to about 1/3 of children's deaths globally. And in 2018, a survey which was conducted by National Nutrition and Health revealed that Nasarawa State is most hit, with about 7.7% stunted and underweight children and about 2.7% women of childbearing age. Nowadays, exclusive breastfeeding is hindered by working class as well as schooling mothers, and the safety of diet after the period of exclusive breastfeeding is often not guaranteed. More so, according to UNICEF, 45% of under 5 children's death is due to chronic malnutrition and deficiencies of micronutrients. Nigeria has the second highest burden of stunted children globally, with 32% prevalence rate. These are frightening statistics indeed, and with this kind of data, you can clearly understand why the importance of nutritional food in our state and beyond. Because we cannot afford to be discussing these kind of numbers publicly. NutriFoods solve this problem through a community approach, care and treatment, which has proved to be effective in reaching many more children than a limited number of hospital beds will allow. Our solutions are nutritional products for the prevention and treatment of acute malnutrition, especially among vulnerable populations. One of such is a fortified peanut-based, ready-to-use therapeutic food for recovery. We also deliver home care services in addition to ready-to-use therapeutic food. We offer high-quality yet affordable homegrown products like the Plumpy Baby Paste, NutriPap, and Build Mom supplement. With these solutions, we are able to treat about 38 cases of acute malnutrition, and 45% weight increase was noticed in children using it within 6 months. With this solution, in 2021, we recorded a net profit of 500,000 naira, which has doubled in 2022 and increased to about 1.5 million naira in 2023. NutriFood seeks to increase its production capacity with regards to so as to increase more impact and generate more revenue. We equally want to go online. We want to invest in infrastructural technology infrastructure, such as development of websites, mobile apps, and dedicated USSD codes for those that, of course, don't use smartphones. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. We also have the CEO who had Nigeria, Mohamed Aliyu. A round of applause, ladies and gentlemen.
Good day, everybody. My name is Mohamed Aliyu. I'm the founder of Moat Luxury. I've been in business for almost half a decade. Our products are timeless, comfortable, bespoke, and affluent. So, Moat Luxury is a modern fashion company that focuses on handcrafted quality footwear and elegant caps. Problem statement. So 2.8 million was the estimated Nasarawa state population as of 2016, with about 1.2 million youth and almost 500,000 are unemployed. 188 billion was the projected revenue in the Nigerian footwear segment in 2022, which is why we venture into manufacturing, retailing, and distributing a wide range of shoes and caps for wholesalers, retailers, and brand portfolios in order to establish a brand that Nasarawa State and African can proudly affiliate with, that is of world-class standard in its innovation and practices. So, and then to create sustainable jobs and also reignite hope, especially in the heart of our youths, so they realize they can be job creators rather than being job seekers. Then to contribute our own quota to the GDP of the state, and we offer skill acquisition training as a way of giving back to our society. So our business value proposition is to provide a fashionably innovative, high-performance branded and lifestyle products for individuals willing to work in style on their journey to greatness through the medium of exquisite craftsmanship and monogram. And then we have our products there. And then traction. We generate our revenue from 4 major sources. The first one is distribution, second one is retailing, the third one is wholesales, and then brand portfolios. And then so far, from the current monthly report, Moat Luxury generates a minimum of 600,000 per month. And then annually, it ranges from 7 million to 8.5 million with at least 40% profit per margin. So we have our growth traction over there. This is our growth over the years. And then before ending of the year, we have projected to reach at least 1,200 more clients for our customer base. And then in order to achieve that, we need to purchase more machines to increase our production capacity. Then our target market, we target customers that have high sense of fashion, from average and wealthy middle-aged from 35 to 60 years old. Thank you for listening.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, I'd like to invite to the stage. I understand that the judges are going to be compiling notes, and very soon we'll hear from one of them. But before that, I'd like to invite to the stage all right. Okay, so it's time to hear from the judges. I would ask them to please give a remark that would speak to everyone briefly. And to lead that session, I'd like to invite Yemisi CD, co-founder Thrift Africa, to please speak. No,
Good afternoon, everyone, and well done to the participants. That was amazing. Thank you also for implementing some of the feedback that we had shared in your trial run last week. Everyone did fantastic. I'm really impressed to see the people who had qualified as the top 5. And while we prepare to announce the final results, I would just like to emphasize that it is important to think about what your investors are looking for when pitching your business. And one of the things is, how are you making money and how are you making impact? And the service and products that you're offering needs to be very clear. So even if a layman can understand what your business is about and the problems that you're solving. I also really liked the use of storytelling by some of the participants, because then we're able to understand why this business or this idea is important to you and why you and your team are the best people to solve the problem. So I'm sure that even if you do not get this opportunity, there are so many other opportunities that you will be prepared for. So congratulations to all the participants.
to give a round of applause to our judges. They've been compiling and putting everything together. Please, can the photographers come forward to take quick photographs of the judges? They would announce the results tomorrow. So the results are going to be announced tomorrow, and the prizes are going to be given to the winners tomorrow. Let me just remind you what the prizes are. Apart from business advisory, the third person, that's the second runner-up, is going to walk away with 1 million naira. Yes. The second, that's the first runner-up, is going to walk away with 1.5 million naira. And the first position is going to walk away with 2.5 million naira. Who is going to walk away with all these prizes? We'll find out tomorrow. So tomorrow, please be here. Meanwhile, tomorrow is going to be beautiful. We have conversations that are going to be focused on energy, as well as, so many interesting conversations. If you look through page 38 of the conference program, you'll get a sense of what is happening. We'll have the group CEO of NMPC Limited here, and it's going to be truly an insightful time. So please, photographs for the judges. And I'd like to invite to close for today to resume tomorrow, because tomorrow morning is going to be another wonderful time to continue conversations at the Nasarawa Investment Summit 2024. For the closing remarks, ladies and gentlemen, please put your hands together as I welcome to the stage the MD CEO Nasida, Mr. Ibrahim Abdullahi. A round of applause.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Let me recognize especially the Honorable Commissioner for Industry, Trade and Investment of Nasarawa State, my brother Barrister Imam Abubakar. You're welcome. Let me also recognize the Head of Service of Nasarawa State, also another lawyer, this is Abigail Waya, and the two permanent secretaries seated right next to her. Distinguished ladies and gentlemen, it's been a very well-spent day, first day of the second Nasarawa Investment Summit, and we're very glad and encouraged by the participation and enthusiasm, especially shown by small businesses of Nasarawa State. The important thing about small businesses, MSMEs in Nasarawa State is that you occupy the most pivotal part of our state's economy. So you continue to be the live wire and the fuel of the state's economy. So it is very, very important. There are some fundamental challenges we understand that MSMEs face, especially in Nasarawa State, key of which is access to capital and resource mobilization. So deliberately, the state government, through the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy, has set out policy goals to ensure that MSMEs are catered for. Yes, we go on trying to attract big businesses, big ticket investors like the Dangotes of the world, but it is also important at the heart of our movement that small businesses like some of you in this room today also get a very good shot at market opportunities. And that is why in 2022 we introduced the inaugural MSME Challenge. So the MSME Challenge is not just about commercially viable business ideas. It is also about business ideas that have economic impact. So some businesses can be commercially viable, but not economically impactful. So it is important that as government, we continue to encourage businesses that are both commercially viable and economically impactful. And that is the way that things can trickle down, we can create more jobs. For instance, we'd like to encourage businesses that provide jobs. There is also value chain development. There is some value addition in it. So you continue to occupy a very special place at the heart of this current administration. We cannot achieve truly the goals of the Nasarawa Economic Development Strategy if we don't, as a government, deliberately open doors for MSMEs. So another interesting thing about this MSME challenge is that it's not just about the prize money. We're going to play a hand-holding role. We want to be part of your journey, your success story. I overheard Aisha during the fireside chat mention Schooler, which emerged top at the inaugural MSME challenge. So Schooler continues to get hand-holding from the Nasarawa Investment Agency. We continue to monitor their development. We continue to open more doors. So that is one of the advantages that this singular opportunity presents. So it's not just about the prize money. Yes, you get the prize money, but even more so, you will have a government MDA and other MDAs really monitoring your progress, trying to see the much that we can do to ensure that your businesses are supported. But then by extension, we also want to use you as examples of the things that are possible when a government is very deliberate about stimulating its local economy. So it's really very encouraging and gratifying to see that a number of small businesses that are in Nasarawa have competed for this. We love the innovative ideas. We love the intense business pitching, and we hope that we'll be able to do much more with you beyond the MSME challenge. The MSME challenge is just to put us together. We have a couple of partners that are supporting the summit that we will do a matchmaking so that we will continue through this medium, encourage you and ensure that you actually succeed. So from the bottom of our hearts, on behalf of the government of Nasarawa State, we say a very big thank you to all of you who have competed on this MSME challenge. We also say a very big thank you to our distinguished judges who have traveled from across the world to really come and take part in this very small yet laudable and ambitious initiative. We are immensely grateful and thank you so much. It's been a pleasure.
Thank you, ladies and gentlemen. See you tomorrow, 8 a.m. Arrivals, registrations, and tea break resumes. Thank you.